There is fog on the suspension bridge. Lin Moyu just defeated another puppet. For every 3 puppets, the profession is an archer. This time, Lin Moyu took a little longer. It took about 3 minutes to call. The third puppet added 1,500 attributes, and now Lin Moyu's attributes have reached 13,000. After killing it, another light fell on Lin Moyu. The warm current is stronger, and the whole body is shrouded in white light. From a distance, it looks like a ball of light is walking. 2 platforms are used as a group. Learn the skills first and then complete the challenge. If you win, you will pass. Skills are becoming more and more difficult to learn, the attributes of puppets are getting stronger and stronger, and the difficulty of challenges is constantly increasing. It is not only a test of comprehension ability, but also a test of actual combat ability. Lin Moyu realized that in fact, the forest orchard can be regarded as the first stage, and learning skills to challenge can be regarded as the second stage. This is the normal division. For years, everyone got it wrong. He guessed that it should be related to memory disorder after leaving. Everyone can't remember anything about this stage, so this stage is considered the third stage. In the end, such a version has been handed down for thousands of years. This time Lin Moyu is full of gratitude to Bai Yiyuan, Yan Guangxing, and Meng Anwen. If it wasn't for them turning themselves into puppets for trials, they would know all professions like the back of their hands. 02. It's definitely not that easy to pass by yourself. I don't know what occupational skills the next platform will be. Swordsmen, mages, and archers all appeared. The rest should be knights, assassins, summoners, boxers, and the like. Go to the 7th platform and see a stone tablet. Is there only one? A stele represents a skill. It seems to be very simple, the more so, the more Lin Moyu feels something is wrong. Walking over to take a look, Lin Moyu's eyes were filled with astonishment. Skill, Heal Shimmer. Healing Glimmer, primary healing skill, which can heal the target and restore the target's vitality. It turned out to be a healing skill. Lin Moyu couldn't help but imagine the next challenge. He stared at a puppet who could only heal, to see who would suck the other to death first. This scene is a bit funny when you think about it. Anyway, learn it first. Lin Moyu started to learn skills. He has never been exposed to the skills of the healing department, even when he was a puppet in the God Shada. All of them were main combat occupations. But it still doesn't bother him. Lin Moyu imagines himself as a therapist. On the battlefield and in dungeons, the healer's duty is to heal teammates, heal injuries to restore vitality, remove control, remove curses, and remove abnormal states. This is the job of the therapist. Half an hour later, there was a glimmer of light in Lin Moyu's hand. Healing Shimmer, skills are successfully mastered. Mastering the skills of a therapist for the first time, Lin Moyu felt a little novel. Play the treatment shimmer, because there is no target, the shimmer quickly dissipates in the air. This skill must be locked on the target to be useful. After learning the skills, after waiting for more than half an hour, the stele disappeared and a new suspension bridge appeared. On the other platform, Lin Mohan had just mastered the ability to heal low light when the stele disappeared. Lin Mohan had a smile on his face. Xiaoyu's speed is really fast. She knows the most about the ancestral land, even far surpassing a god like Imo Xinghe. He is very clear about some rules in the ancestral land. Half an hour after she entered the platform, the stele disappeared. Explained that Lin Moyu is about half an hour ahead of her. She knew that only Lin Moyu could do this, and it would definitely not work for anyone else. Mo Yun and Ning Yi both frowned. They had just walked onto the platform, and before they had time to take a look at the stele disappeared. Ning Yi stomped her feet. What about the next level? Lin Moyu didn't know all this. Lin Mohan deliberately didn't tell Lin Moyu about this rule. She knew that with Lin Moyu's personality, as long as she knew this rule, she would definitely slow down and wait for them. So she deliberately didn't say anything, so that Lin Moyu could move forward with all her strength. On the 8th platform, Lin Moyu saw the puppet again. This time the test has changed, it is no longer a battle. A puppet stands in the center, and it is being besieged by 5 other puppets. Lin Moyu could tell at a glance that it was dying. At this moment, Lin Moyu understood the requirements of this test. Can't let it die. Immediately locked on the opponent, healed shimmer shot. A gleam of light immediately lit up on its body, and it seemed to have recovered a little. The treatment of shimmer is only a primary skill, and the treatment effect is average. It can even be said to be poor. Lin Moyu can only be used continuously, non-stop treatment. Even so, there is often a feeling that it is difficult to continue. The combat power of this puppet that needs his protection and treatment is too weak. In the case of 1 against 5, it is impossible to defeat the opponent. Lin Moyu gradually realized a problem: the difficulty of this level is not skills, but mental power. In the process of treatment, mental power will be continuously consumed, and no matter how much mental power is, there will be times when it will be exhausted. Then the problem is very clear: if you want to pass this level, you must join the battle to help the puppet. The various weapons scattered on the ground also illustrate this point. But now there are no combat skills at all. You can only use some fighting skills, and you must treat the puppets while fighting. It is quite difficult to play both the main combat class and the auxiliary class at the same time. Lin Moyu cast Healing Glimmer, came to the side of the puppet, and picked up a long sword from the ground. For him, all kinds of weapons are similar, just picking them up. With a light drink, he joined the battle group, and stabbed out with the long sword, helping the puppet take over one of the opponents. Ding! The 2 swords clashed, and Lin Moyu found that the strength attribute of the opponent was very strong, around 5,000. This attribute is enough to surpass other professionals, but for him it is far from enough. His current strength has reached 13,000, far surpassing the opponent. Lin Moyu was healing the puppet while fighting with his opponent. Concentrating on 2 tasks is just a common operation for Lin Moyu, and it is not difficult. Although Lin Moyu has no skills, his fighting skills are almost perfect. In addition, he is not afraid of the opponent's attack at all. Damage transfer will transfer all damage to the skeleton. This allows Lin Moyu to attack unscrupulously. Only attack but not defend, that's what Lin Moyu is doing now. Every sword seems to be a desperate style of play. Only Lin Moyu knows that this style of play is the most reasonable and fastest. Reasonably use every advantage of oneself to destroy the enemy at the fastest speed. Power crush. Skill rolling. Ignore the attack. Under the triple advantage, Lin Moyu almost cornered his opponent in the blink of an eye. The opponent uses a skill, which is ignored by Lin Moyu. The long sword slashed across with a sharp light, directly cutting it into pieces. Its body exploded, turning into thousands of stars and melting into Lin Moyu's body. The attribute has not changed, because this assessment is not over yet. Lin Moyu continued to cast Healing Glimmer, picking up an opponent again. The puppet's fighting method is very simple and has been mastered by Lin Moyu. This time it was faster, and the opponent was already eliminated in 3 strokes. Then the third one. In a blink of an eye, the puppet Lin Moyu wanted to protect had no opponents in front of him. A gust of wind blows, and the platform becomes empty. Only the long sword in his hand still exists. Attributes increase again. All attributes increased by 300. From far away, another ray of light entered Lin Moyu's body. This is the 3rd light since the start of the challenge. The warm current in the body strengthened again. Outside the ancestral land, the light flickered slightly. Ning Yi and Mo Yun were sent out almost in tandem. The 2 of them looked dazed and couldn't remember anything about the assessment on the platform. All the memories stay at the moment when I stepped on the platform, and I vaguely remember that I seemed to learn and comprehend some things, and forget everything else. Ning Tairan and Mo Xinghe were relieved to see that the 2 of them were fine. Ning Tairan asked, let's see how the attributes have changed. Ning Yi checked her attributes, and couldn't help but let out an exclamation. My attributes have increased. The attribute increase is natural, Ning Tairan asked. How much has it increased? Ning Yi said, the strength, agility, and spirit have all increased by 3000, and the constitution has increased by 7000. There is also an additional feature. The vitality is increased by 20%. Hearing this value, Ning Tairan heaved a sigh of relief. According to past experience, this value is normal. Mo Yun also increased as much as Ning Yi. A total of 30 people, 1 died, 26 came out. Logically speaking, there are only 3 people left in the ancestral land. They are Lin Moyu, Lin Mohan, and Sha Jin from the Sha family. The elders of the Sha family couldn't close their mouths with laughter. Through the fog again, Lin Moyu felt something was wrong. After this assessment, all items were gone with the wind. Only the sharp sword in his hand survived, which was different from the previous few times. Appraisals seemed to have changed. Soon he came to the end of the drawbridge. This time it was no longer a platform with a radius of only 20 meters. Instead, it came to flat ground. On a normal day, a person stands alone. He looks like a human being, but Lin Moyu feels that this guy is not human. The ears are slightly pointed and elongated, obviously larger than that of humans. The whole face was cut like a knife and pen, with a sense of sharpness. It looked towards Lin Moyu and said, wait a minute, there is still someone not here. Lin Moyu frowned, he didn't expect this guy to talk. In the next second, his pupils suddenly constricted. On its forehead, there is a jewel inlaid. Hexagonal gems. The core of life. Lin Moyu said secretly in his heart, this guy actually embedded the core of life in his forehead. Lin Moyu has always thought that this ancestral land may be related to the core of life, but he did not expect to see the core of life with his own eyes. At this time, the space twisted slightly, and Lin Mohan walked over. After seeing Lin Moyu, Lin Mohan stretched his waist. Xiaoyu is still a step ahead. Lin Moyu was not surprised at all that Lin Mohan was able to break through. In his heart, Lin Mohan was always very strong. It has been like this since childhood. Lin Mohan looked at the other party. We finally met. Hey, Life Elf, my teacher asked me to bring this to you. As he spoke, Lin Mohan took out a fingernail-sized crystal from his pocket and threw it over. Only now did Lin Moyu know that the other party was called the Spirit of Life. The life spirit took the crystal thrown by Lin Mohan, checked it, and then looked at Lin Mohan. Are you his disciple? Lin Mohan nodded. Yes, my teacher said he has done what he promised you, and you must keep what you promised him. The life elf put the crystal on the life core on his forehead, and the life core suddenly became cold. Then it threw a ball of light over, and the light fell directly into Lin Mohan's body as if it had life. Lin Mohan's whole body was shining, and his aura was also rising sharply. Lin Mohan giggled, thank you. The life elf was expressionless. The deal between me and him is complete, now it's your turn to test. There is only one place, and you can only leave one of the two of you. You two can duel, the winner stays. Lin Moyu didn't even think about it, no need. Lin Mohan was faster and interrupted Lin Moyu directly, no need, you send me out, leave this opportunity to him. Lin Moyu shouted, sister. Lin Mohan interrupted him again, and said with a smile, hey, this opportunity is very important to you. It is not so important to me. I have already completed the 3rd round, and I have already got what I need. Lin Moyu didn't fully believe it, and looked at Lin Mohan with doubts in his eyes. He felt that his sister was giving him the opportunity. The life spirit said, she's right, what she got was better. Lin Mohan continued, don't worry, little brother, my sister has her own way to go, and the things here, my sister really doesn't need it. My sister came here just to close that deal. Lin Moyu said slowly, don't lie to me. Lin Mohan smiled, coquettishly, it's the puppy who is lying. This sentence reminded Lin Moyu of the past. Although Lin Mohan liked to joke a lot, he never lied to himself. Lin Mohan said to the life elf again, okay, send me out. I know the rules. I won't say a word about what happened here, just treat it as if I have lost my memory. The life elf nodded, and raised his finger towards Lin Mohan. Lin Mohan instantly turned into a ray of light and disappeared into the ancestral land. Then the life spirit said to Lin Moyu, "You come with me." It has a calm tone and seems devoid of emotion. In Lin Moyu's opinion, it is more like a talking puppet. Lin Mohan appeared outside the ancestral land. Her eyes are clear, and all the memories in the ancestral land are clear. As long as you pass through the 4 levels and see the spirit of life, the memory in the ancestral land will not disappear. Similarly, Lin Mohan will abide by the rules of the ancestral land and will not disclose the affairs of the ancestral land. Seeing Lin Mohan coming out, Ningyi immediately ran over. "Sister Han, you are coming out too. Is the silent language still inside?" Lin Mohan hugged Ningyi. "Yes, there is only Xiaoyu left in it now." "Little girl, what did you say?" Suddenly a voice sounded. An old man walked up to Lin Mohan in 2 steps, staring at her closely. "Little girl, you said that Lin Xinjiang is the only one left in the ancestral land, so where did my grandson Sha go?" The old man has a strong breath, and his level exceeds 85, which is extremely powerful. Being rushed by his breath, Ningyi's face turned pale, and it became difficult to breathe. Lin Mohan pulled Ningyi behind him. His face remained unchanged. "You ask me, who am I to ask?" The old man's face suddenly changed, and a terrifying aura burst out of his body. Lin Mohan refused to give an inch, with a hint of disdain on her beautiful face. "Do you want to fight?" "Sha Zhen, what are you doing?" Ning Tyrand shouted angrily, and strode forward. Dare to bully Ningyi in front of him, is life enough? As a god-level powerhouse, his aura is even more terrifying. It was as if a heavy punch had hit Sha Zhen's body. Sha Zhen's face slapped and he retreated 3 steps. Only then did Sha Zhen wake up. Ningyi was Ning Tyrant's granddaughter and is Ni Lin. Mo Yun walked up to Lin Mohan and said in a low voice, "His grandson is called Sha Jin, he is the guy who kills the most animals." Lin Mohan smiled coquettishly. "It's him, he must have died after killing so many animals. It's not that this kind of thing has never happened before. Didn't you teach your children and grandchildren not to kill animals indiscriminately?" Sha Zhen's body trembled violently, and he murmured, "I said it, why didn't you listen to Jiner? You, and you." Lin Mohan pointed to several other people. "You guys must be the first batch to be eliminated. In it, you kill animals more. You guys are lucky if you didn't die inside." Lin Mohan's words were like pouring a basin of cold water on these people's heads. That's right, these people were the first batch to be eliminated. I killed a lot of animals, my eyes were full of fog, and I couldn't see the things on the stone tablet clearly, so how could I pass the level? It was lucky that he didn't die inside like Sha Jin. Lin Mohan looked at the pale Sha Zhen. "Do you want to fight with me? Think about it first, is the Sha family trying to destroy the family?" There was a faint light flickering on the back of Lin Mohan's hand, and the origin rune had begun to glow. Even if Sha Zhen is level 85, if she fights hard, she can still kill it. As for the Sha family, she also has a teacher, okay? Origin rune. Sha Zhen couldn't advance or retreat at this time. He saw the origin rune on the back of Lin Mohan's hand. Those who can get the origin runes have no power behind them. Although his Sha family is not weak, it is not the strongest either. Mo Xinghe ran over. Miss Lin calmed down. Sha Zhen only cared about his grandson, and lost his composure. Ning Tyrand said in a deep voice, "Miss Lin, forget it, forgive him this time." Both persuaded Lin Mohan. Lin Mohan smiled faintly. "Well, for the sake of you two, forget it this time." Lin Mohan said to Yi, "Sister, let's go first, you and Mou's matter should be settled as soon as possible, and my sister is waiting to hold my nephew." Ning Yi's face turned red. "Sister Han, you're talking nonsense again." Lin Mohan laughed, activated the teleportation stone, and disappeared. After she left, Good Zhao's, Mo Xinghe breathed a sigh of relief. "Old Sha, you almost got yourself killed just now." It can be seen that he and Sha Zhen are acquaintances. When something happened to Shajin, Shajin's face was a bit ugly. Brother Mo, why did you say that? Her status is unusual, she is that disciple. Who? Shajin was stunned for a moment, and after thinking for a while, he realized who Mo Xinghe was talking about. Suddenly his face changed drastically, and panic rose in his eyes. No way. He murmured, unable to believe it. Mo Xinghe continued, not only that, she is also the sister of God General Lin, and God General Lin is a disciple of Mad God, White God and Anshin. Shajin's whole body is not well, trembling there. Ning Tyrand snorted coldly, in the future, keep your eyes bright, and don't bring troubles for yourself and the Sha family. After a while, Shajin came back to his senses. He almost brought disaster to the Sha family, never dreaming that this stunning beauty has such a terrifying identity. Shajin trembled all over. Thank you, Brother Mo, for reminding me. I'll go back first and start the resurrection. Sajin is dead, but not really dead. There is still a chance to be resurrected. It's just that the process will be more troublesome, and some price will need to be paid. Lin Moyu followed the life spirit and entered a valley. Saw tons of animals along the way, rabbits, kittens, puppies. Then I saw snakes and various beasts. A large number of animals and beasts surround Lin Moyu. The aura on Lin Moyu's body was extremely pure, and these animals just surrounded Lin Moyu with curiosity. Even the beasts did not attack. Lin Moyu is also careful when walking. Even the ants and insects on the ground were not trampled to death. The voice of the life elf was still flat. It's good that you haven't killed animals. It's also very good that you are still alive after eating the first fruit. Your comprehension is very good. First fruit is partly credited, and your own comprehension is also high. For more than 1,000 years, you are the most qualified person I have ever met, and there is no one. His voice was flat and without emotion. But Lin Moyu could hear that he was being friendly to himself. Lin Moyu said, "What are you talking about?" The life elf said, "A light, you can see it right away." Walking into the valley, Lin Moyu felt full of vitality. There are hundreds of flowers blooming here and countless animals. All animals do not exist in reality, but are made of light elements. All of them are lifelike, indistinguishable from real animals. This is a very weird phenomenon, although it is very real, it gives Lin Moyu a false feeling. The only reality here is the life spirit in front of you. Did you feel it? The life elf suddenly said. Lin Moyu was slightly taken aback. What do you feel? The falsity of life, the truth of non-existence. The tone of the life elf did not change, but Lin Moyu felt that there was a hint of disgust and a little bit of sadness in his tone. Suddenly the life elf stopped moving forward. At this time a light fell down, slightly dazzling. Lin Moyu couldn't help closing his eyes. He saw the light. This is the ever-changing light, dancing and changing in the air. Sometimes it looks like lightning, piercing the space. Sometimes it is like a ball of light, spinning in the air, scattering a large number of light spots. He keeps changing, always changing, never stops. Under its light, countless false animals cheered and galloped. Right below it, the flowers and trees are constantly changing, magical and weird. From the light it sprinkles, Lin Moyu feels the breath of life. Exactly the same breath as on the creation scepter. At this moment, Lin Moyu is very sure that this light must be related to the core of life. The life elf said, "This is what you want. As for whether you can get it, it depends on your luck." Lin Moyu asked, "Am I going to touch it directly?" The life elf snorted, "So you will die." For the first time, Lin Moyu saw disdain in its eyes. The life elf continued, "Try to get close to it first, and see if you can bear its light." Speaking of life, the elf pointed lightly, and all the animals around Lin Moyu actively dispersed. Make way for a passage, directly to where the light is. Lin Moyu walked towards the light little by little. Under the illumination of the light, countless divine powers of life were injected into the body. The warm current is getting stronger and stronger, rapidly increasing geometrically. Lin Moyu's whole body was glowing, and he truly became a light man. Things go against the extreme, too much divine power of life enters, quickly reaching the limit that the body can bear, and begins to cause harm to the body. But all the damage was transferred directly to the undead army through damage transfer. It is in this case that Lin Moyu comes a little closer to it. Lin Moyu suddenly understood a truth. Why is there not a single real living thing here, despite the fact that it is full of vitality? Every plant and tree here, and all living beings, are woven by the divine power of life. This is what the life elf said, the falsity of life, the reality of non-existence. He also remembered a sentence from his previous life: when the water is clear, there will be no fish. When the divine power of life reaches the limit, it will also annihilate the living beings. Lin Moyu has come to the bottom of the light group, within reach of the light group. There was a glimmer of expectation in the eyes of the life elves. It seems to hope that Lin Moyu can take the light group. At this moment, Lin Moyu's heart moved, and the creation scepter appeared in his hand. On the scepter of creation, the life core, pseudo, condensed by the god of life, is shining brightly. The moment it took out the scepter of creation, the light in the air seemed to have found its destination, and rushed towards the scepter of creation. The scepter of creation was instantly enveloped by a ball of light, and it burst into dazzling light, illuminating the entire valley. Lin Moyu closed his eyes instinctively, and the life spirit also closed his eyes. A large number of light clusters entered the scepter of creation, and used it as a medium to flow into Lin Moyu's body. Boom! Lin Moyu's body trembled violently, and all the restrictions were broken at this moment. Return of skills, return of attributes. All the previously accumulated attributes became basic attributes at this moment and were added to Lin Moyu. After taking first fruit, all attributes of Lin Moyu will be increased by 10,000. After passing 4 levels in a row, all attributes will be increased by 6,000. 3 infusions of divine power of life, constitution increased by 8,000, vitality increased by 30%. These attributes, at this moment, are all added to Lin Moyu's own attributes, without any omission. Strength, agility, and spirit increased by 16,000. Constitution increased by 24,000. Vitality increased by 30%. But as the light continued to flow in, his physique and vitality continued to increase. The life core on the scepter of creation is also shining, and some kind of magical change is taking place. Lin Moyu feels that it is moving towards the real core of life. At this time, several fragments flew out from the hexagonal gemstone on the forehead of the life elf. The fragments are not large, and together they are the size of a few fingernails. But these fragments all contain majestic divine power of life. The fragments flew over and merged into the core of life, making the breath of the core of life more pure and massive. The life elves knelt on the ground, not daring to resist. As early as when Lin Moyu took out the scepter of creation, it had already knelt on the ground. The divine power of life has finally reached its limit and no longer flows in. The light and the creation right are finally separated. The group of light seemed to be flying in the air, spilling down on the earth with the breath of life. But Lin Moyu could see that it was much smaller than before, at least 3 points. The creation scepter became more crystal clear, like a perfect white gem. The same is true for the life core above, which looks perfect. Lin Moyu's heart moved, and he used the detection technique. Creation scepter, core damage, mythical weapon, all attributes plus 400,000, available above level 90. Skills, light of life, light of destruction. Light of life, it can fully heal the target. Light of extinction, it can cause a fatal blow to the target. The creation scepter has changed, it is no longer a pseudo-core, but a broken core. This shows that the pseudo-core has turned into a real core of life. It's just not fixed yet. The 3-use limit is gone, and its identity as a mythical weapon is restored. This is the weapon that the god of life should have. Mythical level weapons, only in the damaged state, can add 400,000 to all attributes. It also has two skills. It can both heal and kill enemies. Lin Moyu suddenly thumped in his heart. Although the monarch scepter, incomplete, that I had obtained was only a legendary weapon, its total attributes were actually increased by 500,000. It is stronger than the mythical scepter of creation. In this way, the monarch scepter should be the weapon left by some god. No comparison, no harm, Lin Moyu was greatly shocked. While thinking, Yi Guang saw the life spirit. The life elf was kneeling on the ground at this time, and seemed to be trembling a little. What's wrong with you? Lin Moyu was puzzled, not understanding why it was kneeling. The life spirit said, the servant pays homage to the master. The voice is still flat, but respect can be heard. Lin Moyu whispered, I'm not yours. Lin Moyu was a little baffled, how could he have an extra servant? The life elf raised his head, the person who has the scepter of creation is the master of the servant. Do you recognize the scepter of creation? The life elf stood up slowly, Master, please follow me. Under its guidance, Lin Moyu entered a cave. There are many murals in the cave, and each mural can move, just like the skills on the stone tablet. When you see these murals, combine what you saw when you picked the first fruit. Finally understood what was going on. The fog was cleared, and Lin Moyu finally saw the truth. Everything is connected in series and has a clue. The great battle that took place in the creation world, which is now the Carrion world, was dominated by the creation scepter. The former god of life fell for unknown reasons, leaving only the scepter of creation. The gods want to get the scepter of creation, so that they have the opportunity to become the new god of life. The god of life is a high-level deity, and the temptation for all middle and low-level deities is infinitely great. Similarly, the professionals of the human race also want to get the scepter of creation. Through the research on the power of high gods, they have the opportunity to step into the super god level and become super god level powerhouses. The temptation of super gods also has a huge temptation for the god level professionals of the human race. Demons and dragons also have similar reasons. They all want to evolve and become stronger. As a result, a shocking war involving the four parties was launched in the former creation world. Countless strong people participated in it, and competed around the scepter of creation. As a result of the battle, the creation world was almost destroyed, and the last god sacrificed himself to perform taboo skills, turning the creation world into a corrosion world. A large number of powerful people from the four clans were completely buried there and turned into rotting corpses. However, the rod of creation was also damaged in the Great War. The handle of the scepter of creation merged into the creation lightning of Carrion world, leaving the last ray of hope. The most important, life core, in the scepter of creation went to an unknown place and disappeared. Lin Moyu looked at the murals one by one, and so far, they were all in line with what he knew. Next, I will describe the part of life core after its departure. This. Looking at the mural, Lin Moyu suddenly felt a sense of horror. In the mural, life core traveled through time and space and came to an inexplicable place. There seems to be nothingness here, and the life core is floating here. Then a giant hand appeared and grabbed life core. The life core, which was not damaged in the battle, was extremely fragile in front of the giant hand. It was crushed like a toy. Life core exploded and collapsed the space. Countless fragments scattered out, and a beam of light traveled through time and space again, and fell into the world of the human race, and landed on an island. Later, some powerful people discovered the abnormality of this island and established the Creation Academy on it. Seeing this, match up with the screen you saw when picking the first fruit again. This light is the most critical energy area in the core of life, and those shattered shells are the substances that make up the life core, and they are containers. The combination of the two is the complete, and only then can the complete creation scepter be formed. This ray of light contains endless divine power of life. The vitality it brought to the ancestral land was just too strong, which made the ancestral land lose life. The animals and beasts that the eyes see and feel, every plant and tree, are actually composed of life and divine power. The only living beings in the ancestral land are life elves. It was here when the light came, and then it was affected by the divine power of life, and has lived until now, becoming what it is now. It is also because of the divine power of life that it becomes a servant of the god of life. And Lin Moyu holds the scepter of creation, which represents the authority of the god of life. Regardless of whether Lin Moyu is the god of life or not, Lin Moyu has become the master of the spirit of life, holding authority as if God is present in person. The meaning of the life elves here is to find a new successor for the light. It's just that so many years have passed, and no one has been able to meet the requirements of light until the appearance of Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu shook his head slightly. He never thought of becoming the god of life. He is a human race, it is impossible to become a god, the pursuit of the two is completely different. Now, if Lin Moyu wanted to restore the scepter of creation, he needed to find the fragments scattered everywhere after the core of life collapsed. The piece that Lin Mohan brought before was smaller than a fingernail and could be called a slag. It was one of the fragments of the core of life. Over the years, the life elves have obtained many fragments through this kind of transaction. Thanks to it doing so, the creation scepter can be restored to a damaged state. Lin Moyu thought of the giant hand protruding from the void, easily crushing the life core. It is completely conceivable how strong the core of the mythical weapon is, but it is still easily crushed by him. What kind of existence is the owner of the giant hand, Lin Moyu can't imagine. I had just opened a corner of the fog, but I saw more mysteries. He sighed lightly and looked at the life elf. You can't leave the ancestral land, right? The life elf nodded. The existence of the servant requires the illumination of the divine power of life. Its existence is closely related to the core of life. Now the original power in the core of life is in the ancestral land, and the life elves are also restricted here. It is necessary to wait for Lin Moyu to reach level 90 and use the creation scepter to use the power of life to let the life spirit leave here. Lin Moyu understood this truth. What about these assessments? Where did those steals come from? Whether it is the picture of first fruit or the mural in front of them, there is no mention of the stone tablet they used in the assessment. Lin Moyu also affirmed that the steel was not made by the life spirits. Because the characters on it are completely different from the characters in this world, and are closer to the ancient Chinese characters. The life elf shook his head. I don't know either, they have existed since I can remember. It seems that there is nothing to be gained from his mouth. The life spirit took Lin Moyu to visit the ancestral land. The ancestral land is actually a secret place, located in an independent space, and the entrance and exit are on the island where the Creation Academy is located. Apart from a series of assessments, there is nothing else in it. Until Lin Moyu was about to leave, the life elf looked at Lin Moyu without blinking. Master, if you can control the power of life in the future, can you take the servant away? Lin Moyu directly agreed, yes. There was joy in the eyes of the life elf. Thank you, Master. It has lived here for too long, and it has been alone for too long. Although the divine power of life gave it a long life, it also gave it infinite loneliness. The life elf has self-awareness, and he also wants to see the outside world. Outside the ancestral land, it has basically gone almost the same. Now only Mo Xinghe, Ning Tairan, Ning Yi, and Mo Yun are left. Ning Yi was a little worried. It's been so long, how come the silent words haven't come out yet? Mo Yun held Ning Yi's little hand. Don't worry, he will be fine. Ning Tyrand snorted. This kid's life is tougher than bastards, and he can even come back to the rotting corpse world, let alone the ancestral land. Mo Xinghe also said with a smile, don't worry, as long as there is no indiscriminate killing of animals, there will be no danger in the ancestral land. At this time another half-day had passed since Ning Yi came out. Even if there is still an assessment to come, it should be over by now. Finally, several hours later, a weak spatial fluctuation rippled out. The entrance to the ancestral land was also closed. Just as Lin Moyu was sent out, his soft and warm body was already in his arms. With a familiar smell coming from his nose, Lin Moyu gently hugged Ningyi. What's wrong? Ningyi rubbed against his chest, but said nothing. Ning Tairan asked, Boy Lin, how is it? Lin Moyu knew what he was asking. I got it. What Ning Tairan asked was the light, which is actually the divine power of life. Lin Moyu got it. How much has the attribute increased? Lin Moyu checked it, and he already knew that his attributes had been greatly improved when he was in the ancestral land. So I wasn't surprised at all, I just said it plainly. Strength, agility, and spirit each increased by 16,000, and physical fitness increased by 32,000. Increases vitality by 50%. He spoke very plainly, but Ning Tairan and Emo Xinghe showed shocked expressions at the same time. Ning Tairan said, Your attribute, you want to fly to the sky. Emo Xinghe also opened his mouth and said, I'm afraid that your attribute is higher than that of professionals of the same level, even more so every day. Double? It is too small to underestimate Lin Moyu. Ning Tairan knew some inside information. He knew what Lin Moyu went through during the second round. Although he didn't know how high Lin Moyu's specific attribute was, he knew that Lin Moyu's attribute was by no means twice as high as that of an equivalent professional at the same level. Mo Yun walked over and said to Lin Moyu, Congratulations, you have completely broken the limit, and the probability of career advancement during the main switch has greatly increased. The more the attribute breaks the limit, the higher the probability of career sublimation at the third turn. Lin Moyu said softly, You too. Ningyi raised her head and said to Mo Yun, Sister Yun is the same, she will definitely be able to advance to the second level in the third rank. In Baishan's small courtyard, Bai Yuan jumped more than 10 meters high. The recliner under the buttocks exploded with a bang, scattered all over the ground. If Meng Anwen hadn't reacted quickly enough, Baishan courtyard would probably not be able to keep it. Bai Yuan's excited power was out of control, and the god-level aura permeated everywhere. He pressed Lin Moyu's shoulder, Say it again. With a hint of helplessness, Lin Moyu could only repeat his attributes. Name, Lin Moyu. Occupation, Necromancer, Unique. Level, 45, 2%. Power, 68110. Agility, 68110. 154460. Physical, 84110. Bai Yuan didn't seem to believe his ears, so he asked Lin Moyu to say it again. Say important things 3 times. After 3 times, Bai Yuan finally believed that his ears were not damaged and what he heard was normal. Meng Anwen was much calmer than Bai Yuan, at least the deck chair under him wasn't blown up, it was just full of cracks. Bai Yuan said, Honey, then your total attributes don't have to be 2, 2, 3 to exceed 350,000. Meng Anwen tried to keep his voice calm and said, It's 374,790. Bai Yuan counted with his fingers. Other level 45 intermediate legendary professionals have a total attribute of just over 100,000, and you are more than 270,000 higher than them. Hey, your strength is higher than that of a warrior, your agility is higher than that of an assassin, and your physique is much better than that of a knight. Are you really a mage? Bai Yuan kept looking Lin Moyu up and down, his eyes made Lin Moyu feel hairy. Meng Anwen sneered, Old Bai, be normal. Bai Yuan yelled, I'm not normal, it's this kid who is abnormal. Meng Anwen said, Xiaoyu has done everything to the extreme, and the group has finally reached its current level. When talking, Meng Anwen also stared at Lin Moyu. Xiaoyu, do you know the meaning of your existence? The meaning of own existence? Lin Moyu shook his head, he hadn't thought about it so much, and it was impossible for him to think as deeply as Meng Anwen. The heights of the two are different, and the problems they think about are also different. He just does what he can and should do to the extreme. Meng Anwen said, Your existence is like a peak. You will tell the descendants of the human race where the highest peak we can reach is. Right now, you are only the pinnacle of a senior professional. When you turn 3 times in the future and transform into a god, you will be the pinnacle of the entire human race. Lin Moyu didn't expect Mang Anwen to have such a high opinion of himself, and he was flattered. Bai Yuan also followed Mang An and said, I don't know how strong the super god level is, but I think that when you are at level 97, you may be able to challenge the super god level powerhouse. Bai Yuan was even more exaggerated. You must know that every level difference in the later stage will result in a huge difference in strength. Leapfrogging will get harder and harder. But by Yuan's words, he couldn't refute. Teacher, I don't know if it can be done. If there is a chance, I will try. Mang Anwen laughed out loud. Then you must have a super god level. There is no super god level powerhouse in the human race who can give Lin Moyu a try. Bai Yuan said, when you become a god, I will go into the abyss with you, and try the sword with those devil bastards. Lin Moyu smiled slightly, okay. Killing demons, he will not be soft. Mang Anwen continued, according to your current attributes, plus the elemental god stone, and the god blood potion, the probability of career promotion at the third turn has exceeded 70%. But just like this, it's still not very safe. We have to think about it again to see if we can increase the probability. Bai Yuan said, there is a treasure in the old man's place, which can greatly increase the probability of professional promotion at the third rank. Mang Dingwen shook his head, you don't need to talk about this, the old man must have used it up. Lin Moyu knew that Lin Mohan had completed 2 career upgrades, so this treasure must have been used up and used on Lin Mohan. Bai Yuan said, I don't want that thing, I just want to ask where I got it. Mang Anwen once again denied Bai Yuan's words, you don't need to ask, the old man won't tell you, the old man is very tight-lipped. If you push him hard, you might be flattered and thrown out by him. Bai Yuan frowned, then what should I do? It can be seen that he really wants to help Lin Moyu, so that Lin Moyu has greater confidence in increasing the probability of career advancement at the third rank. Lin Moyu thought of a way, how about I ask my sister to ask? Clap your hands, this is a good way. Mang Anwen said, actually, there is no need to ask, I can figure it out. Ah? Bai Yuan turned his head to look, you didn't say it earlier. Mang Anwen ignored him, first of all, the old man got this thing after he reached the god level. At that time, he was a little excited and looked for his disciples everywhere. Bai Yuan affirmed Mang Anwen's conjecture, that's right, it's a pity that the old man was not able to upgrade his career when he was in the third rank. He said later that he must let his disciples complete the double upgrade. Mang Anwen continued, then do you remember where the old man went after he became a god? Bai Yuan thought for a long time but couldn't remember, I have long forgotten what happened so many years ago, so you can just talk about it. Mang Anwen said, the old man went to the ancient battlefield. There was news that the old man was looking for time and space passages. Lin Moyu and Bai Yuan's eyes lit up at the same time, and they said in unison, he went to the upper core area. Mang Anwen nodded, that's right, I guess the old man went to the upper core area, so that treasure should be related to the boss in the core area. Bai Yuan's eyes sparkled, Xiaoyu, God of Righteousness has something for you to bring to it, and it seems that it wants to make a deal with you, so you can ask it when the time comes. Lin Moyu nodded, okay, I'm going to pass after level 50. Mang Anwen said, well, don't be too anxious. It's still too early for the third turn, and the core area is very dangerous. Those ancient bosses are very dangerous. Then Lin Moyu recounted what happened in the ancestral land this time, talking about Zhou Lixing's collusion with the Demon Worship Association and wanted to kill them. Bai Yuan sneered and said, the Zhou family has long disliked them. They think they have the blood of the Holy Light Knight, and they feel superior to others no matter in the military or in the empire. This time, I really need to check carefully to see if there is anything wrong with the Zhou family. Mang Anwen also sneered, in the past 2 years, the activities of the Demon Worship Association have become more and more frequent, and their actions have become bigger and bigger. They thought they would be safe if they infiltrated the military, the empire, and the major families. The big fish jumped out one by one, the list was complete, and it was almost time to liquidate. No matter how secretive the Devil Worship Society is, it will leave clues. The men from Meng Anwen and Bai Yuan's side had already been investigating and making a list. Just in order not to overwhelm others, only a small group of people who should be moved were moved. For example, the person who entrapped Lin Moyu and blew up the dungeon last time was a member of the military, and was beheaded by Meng Anwen and Bai Yuan. And the appearance of the two of them at that time was full of anger. It gives people the feeling that they become angry from embarrassment, because their disciples were cheated. This also gave the demon worshippers the illusion that people who are hiding in the dark will not be discovered as long as they don't move. As everyone knows, Meng Anwen already has a large number of lists in his hands. "Where's Teacher Yan?" Lin Moyu asked suddenly. He hadn't seen Yan Guangxing since he came here. With disdain, Bai Yuan said, "Crazy Yan has returned to the bloody land. He said that he has made a breakthrough in his murderous aura, so he has to go to the bloodthirsty python to prove it. I don't know what this guy can do. Isn't it just that his hands are itchy and want to fight?" Meng Anwen chuckled. "I think Lao Yan may really make a breakthrough this time. If he can reach level 96, then you will be beaten." Bai Yuan still disdains. "Don't say he can't make it. Even if he really reached level 96, would I be afraid of him?" Lin Moyu smiled slightly. Even though Bai Yuan and Yan Guangxing seemed to be at odds, they fought back and forth. But if they really wanted to fight, the two would definitely fight side by side. Suddenly the communicator vibrated. Lin Moyu glanced at it. His expression changed slightly. "Teacher, my friend is in danger." The information was sent by Shixingen. There is a location information on it, and there are 2 words, "Save me." Lin Moyu told Meng Anwen the location information. Meng Anwen said, "In the Yuan battlefield, close to Fort Number 4. Shen Xiaota appeared and quickly began to calculate the teleportation point. Bai Yuan patted Lin Moyu on the shoulder. "Teacher will go with you." Bai Yuan didn't say anything. Lin Moyu also wanted to ask him to join him. This message was a bit weird. Based on what he knew about Shixingen would not send this message. Meng Anwen quickly calculated the teleportation point, and said in a low voice, "Get ready, let's go." A ray of light fell, and the two of them teleported away immediately. Just after the teleportation ended, a terrifying attack landed on Lin Moyu and Bai Yuan. One after another thunderbolts fell, densely falling on Lin Moyu's body. The bone armor shattered after bursting out with brilliant light. The rest of the damage is borne by the undead army. Bai Yuan went too far, his body glowed, and the energy flowed automatically, blocking all attacks outside his body. For Lin Moyu, there was a 2-second freeze in the teleportation, but the dialogue was far away, and the freeze time was less than half a second. During this half second, the two of them withstood no less than 1,000 lightning attacks. Bai Yuan yelled fiercely, his breath soared, and he protected himself and Lin Moyu, keeping all the thunder and lightning out. "Xiaoyu is okay?" Bai Yuan asked anxiously. Lin Moyu has recovered, shook his head, old. With such a small attack, even without Bai Yuan's protection, it would not be able to hurt him. Lin Moyu's physical attributes are not low now, and he is immune to various elements. Especially the resistance of light elements and electric elements reached 80%, plus its own 500% damage reduction. For lightning attacks, it has 25 times damage reduction. The lightning fell on him, weakened layer by layer, and passed it on to the undead army. Almost no damage was done. The sky was full of darkness. 10 dragon warships are floating in the air, and more dragon warships are approaching in the distance. On the battleship, the huge magic power crystal shone with strong light, shooting out beams of light suddenly. The attack just now was obviously just an appetizer, and now it is the main meal. The location of Meng Anwen's teleportation was slightly off, and the dragon warship had no time to lock on. It can only attack with thunder, but thunder is not the strongest attack method for dragon warships. The battle is really big. Bai Yuan shouted coldly, and the power of the god-level powerhouse exploded, blocking the attack. This level of attack cannot harm him. Lin Moyu looked around. He realized that there was a problem when he received the message, and it was impossible for Shishingen to send him such a message. 9 times out of 10 it will be a trap, but the other party was able to send a message to himself with Shishingen's communicator, indicating that Shishingen was in danger. And Shishingen is still alive. If Shishingen dies, its communicator will automatically fail. Under various judgments, Lin Moyu must come to rescue Shishingen. He doesn't have many friends, and Shishingen is one of them. I thought it was another abyss demon or a member of the Demon Worship Association, but I didn't expect it to be a dragon. But how did the dragon clan know about their relationship with Shishingen? There may be something wrong within Terran. There are people and dragons colluding together. Lin Moyu was furious in his heart. Don't let him know who did it. If he knows who did it, he will kill him. It's okay to kill yourself, but using your friends, or even betraying the human race, you deserve death. A huge dragon came towards Lin Moyu like an electric shot, brandishing a long spear and smashing towards Lin Moyu's head. Dragon King. Lin Moyu narrowed his gaze, and the aura on the opponent was very strong, the aura of the Dragon King. The Dragon King of the Dragon Clan is equivalent to the god-level powerhouse of the human race. Lin Moyu once saw the Dragon King of the Dragon Clan in the corpse world, so he can recognize it at a glance. Bai Yuan laughed loudly. I didn't expect that even the Dragon King would be dispatched. Xiao Yu, the Dragon Clan really thinks highly of you. With a swing of the right fist, the terrifying power rolled upwards, directly knocking the Dragon King into the air. Lin Moyu said, Teacher, you concentrate on dealing with the Dragon Clan and the Dragon Clan, and I will deal with these warships. Bai Yuan asked, Is there any problem? Lin Moyu nodded, No problem. Lin Moyu put on the bone armor on himself, and with a sizzling sound, the lightning wings spread out. The whole person rushed out like lightning, and Bai Yuan also rushed out with wild laughter, heading straight for the Dragon King of the Dragon Clan. Lin Moyu said no problem. He, as a teacher, of course chose to believe it. He hasn't had a good fight for a long time, and his hands are very itchy, so it happens that he can have a good fight this time. Lin Moyu pushed the lightning wings to the limit and came to a battleship in an instant. The dragon warship is covered with a powerful protective cover, and through the protective cover, it can be seen that there are many dragon warriors on the battleship. Lin Moyu flew over the shield and released an army of undead in the air. 750 skeletons fell at the same time and stepped on the protective cover. The skeleton berserker swung his axe and slashed towards the protective shield. Skeleton archmage and skeleton marksman also attack at the same time. Red light enveloped the sky. Even with a protective cover, it still couldn't resist the curse. All the dragons were cursed, and their movements suddenly slowed down. Curse of Aging at level 45, with a range of 150 meters, reached 7,500 meters after the talent increase. So it enveloped the entire battlefield. Even the Dragon King of the Dragon Clan, who was fighting Bai Yuan, was not spared. Under the curse, the deceleration is 125 times, and the damage is increased by 17.5 times. Even if the dragons are naturally immune to curses, their speed is at least 3 times slower than usual, and the damage they receive will more than double. The Dragon King of the Dragon Clan shouted angrily, and the power of blood burst out of his body, instantly dispelling the curse. The dragon healers in the warship cast their skills to lift the curse. However, the number of dragons cursed is extremely large, and it will take a little time to remove them all. Before the cursed red light dissipated completely, a little green light exploded in the air again. Skill, Toxic Starburst. Skills also enveloped the entire battlefield, and all dragons were collectively poisoned. Poison Starburst, level 45 poison-type attack on all enemies within 150 meters, causing enemies to suffer damage equivalent to 450 points of power per second, lasting for 1 Q seconds. Level 45 Poison Starburst, after being boosted, can cause damage equivalent to 22,500 points of strength per second, and lasts for up to 5,000 seconds. In just 2 or 3 seconds, a large number of dragons were seriously injured. Dragon healers are going crazy, they have to lift the curse, detoxify, and treat. The defensive cover of the dragon warship is very powerful, and it is constantly deformed and distorted under the attack of the undead army. I can't see how long it will last. Lin Moyu drove the lightning wings to drop armies of undead on different warships. He now has 25 undead legions, each with 750 skeletons. There are only 20 dragon warships, so 5 dragon warships are given special care, and Lin Moyu specially gave them a little more undead army. Under the continuous attack of the undead army, the deformation of the shield became more and more severe. The magic crystal on the battleship was recharged and fired a huge beam towards the undead army. The light beams carried terrifying energy and bombarded the skeletons. The skeletons did not dodge, and continued their attacks. The Lich General continues to heal, and each Lich General faces the entire army every time he heals. The healing light on the skeleton has never been broken. Almost every second, more than a dozen lights will light up on each skeleton, and the wounds will be healed instantly. Lin Moyu has dealt with dragon warships before, and has a basic understanding of their attacks. So it is confident that its own undead army can completely deal with the dragon warship. After he put down the undead army, the wing of lightning was about to enter the cooling down. He quickly landed on the shield of the nearest warship, pointed his finger on the shield, and his fingertips glowed pale. Ability, Bone Fangs. 2250 bone fangs, with extremely strong penetrating power, erupted at the same point. In an instant, the shield was dented. Lin Moyu's fingers also continued to advance along with the depression, and the fangs of the skeleton fired up and down. With one hand, 3 shots per second, the damage it can cause is extremely astonishing. Originally, the shield was already in jeopardy under the attack of the skeletons, but Lin Moyu's attack became the last blow to collapse the shield. The shield shattered suddenly, and the skeletons on the shield fell on the warship like wolves and tigers. The dragon warriors on the battleship immediately started to fight back. These dragon warriors are all between level 50 and level 60. Although the level is not low, but in the face of the skeletons, there is no power to resist, and they are quickly killed. The corpse landed on the ground, the corners of Lin Moyu's mouth slightly raised. With the ammunition, the next step is simple. Boom! Boom! Explosions sounded continuously, and terrifying energy swept across the entire warship. The warship almost disintegrated on the spot, the magic crystal collapsed, and staggered and fell from the sky. None of the dragons above were spared. The skeleton berserkers picked up the dragon corpses one after another, and jumped towards the nearby dragon warship. The corpse was thrown in the air, and Lin Moyu detonated it. Lin Moyu personally directed this fireworks show full of death atmosphere. Dragon warships disintegrated in the air and fell. Lin Moyu was full of murderous intent. If you want to kill me, show some sincerity. The explosion was like a movement, and it never stopped from the moment it started. In the blink of an eye, with 20 dragon warships collapsing and falling, the dragon group here was wiped out. The dragon king of the dragon clan roared furiously, and it wanted to rush over frantically, trying to kill Lin Moyu. But in front of Bai Yuan it has no chance. After a lapse of 10 years, the god level of the human race and the dragon king of the dragon race collided for the first time. Lin Moyu just took a glance and knew that Bai Yuan was stronger and had the upper hand. The battle between the gods is indeed terrifying. Their constantly shifting battlefields hit the ground from the ground to the sky, and then hit the ground again. The earth collapsed like a natural disaster. God-level energy rioted in the air, and Lin Moyu couldn't get close at all. The celestial phenomena changed accordingly, lightning flashed, thunder rumbled, and wind and clouds rolled. His eyes searched around, and soon, he saw Shingen. The pupils shrank sharply, and a monstrous anger rose in the eyes. "Teacher, I'm going to save people," he shouted angrily, and the undead army rushed forward like crazy. The skeleton berserkers held corpses one after another in their hands, carrying Lin Moyu's anger, rushing towards Tian Doctor like wolves and tigers. The sound of clicking resounded through the land. A total of 18,750 skeletons formed an army of undead running wildly on the land of the Yuan battlefield. Lin Moyu rushed to the forefront of the team this time. The anger in his eyes was hard to contain. From a distance, he saw Shixingen and his sister. The two men were chained and hung from huge pillars, swinging back and forth in the wind. In the distance, Lin Moyu could feel the breath of life. They were still alive, with their last breath left. Shixingen reluctantly opened his eyes, looked at Liang Yu, who was so close but couldn't touch. Yeah, I'm sorry. Liang Yu heard Shixingen's voice, I don't blame you. Her eyes were full of tenderness, and she didn't mean to blame Shixingen at all. It's a pity that I can't watch you become an Earth Knight. Liang Yu smiled bitterly. Even at this point, she was still thinking about Shixingen. A man does not flick his tears easily, because it is not yet the time to be sad. Tears slipped and dripped from the corners of Shixingen's eyes silently. That's how he looked at Liang Yu, at this woman who accompanied him without complaint or regret, even if she died without regret. Life is like this, what more can a husband ask for? Shixingen's gaze suddenly stopped. The dragon army moved and was rushing forward. From a distance, he saw a group of people coming here. Liang Yu also discovered this. Shixingen immediately understood that it was Lin Moyu who had come. There was sadness in his eyes. Why did Brother Lin come here? Why did he come to save me? This will kill him. Liang Yu comforted, he will definitely come when he receives the news. After the Dragon Clan captured them, he used his communicator to send a message to Lin Moyu. The purpose is to attract Lin Moyu to design a holy match. To this end, the Dragon Clan dispatched troops, warships, generals, and a Dragon King. The Dragon King is equivalent to the existence of a god-level powerhouse in the human race. Lin Moyu is only a few levels, so how can he beat it? Shixingen regretted it very much. He knew that he should have committed suicide at that time, so that Lin Moyu would not be harmed. But regret it now, it's too late. A large dragon army appeared before Lin Moyu's eyes. The Dragon Clan not only dispatched warships but also dispatched troops. The number of troops exceeds 10,000. 12 dragon warriors led their team out and rushed towards Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu was not afraid at all, with a sneer on the corner of his mouth, and the sergeant badge on his shoulder was shining. The Dragon Warriors and the Dragon Army are military achievements in his eyes at this time. Finally able to ascend to the stars. After he became a god general, his military exploits have accumulated to 80 million. With less than 20 million, he can be promoted to a star general. Eliminating those Dragon Warriors on the warship, plus the rushing Dragon Warriors and troops, is completely enough. When the distance between the two sides was still 1,000 meters away, Tian Air's Dragon Warriors jumped up at the same time. They all used guns, and the long guns burst out with terrifying energy, and the piercing gun light fell towards Lin Moyu in the air. Lin Moyu didn't dodge or dodge, pointing his finger. Skill, curse of aging. With a bang, the Dragon Warrior and the entire army slowed down at the same time. The power of the Dragon Warrior's blood is rolling all over his body, constantly weakening the curse. At this moment, corpses of Dragon Warriors flew over. The dragons on the warship add up to thousands of corpses. Now it has become Lin Moyu's weapon. Some of the corpses were engulfed and shredded by the spear light of the Dragon Warlord, but more corpses passed through the spear light and came to the Dragon warship. Lin Moyu slashed left and right, and quickly rigged the corpse. The Dragon Warrior was instantly sent flying with a scream. They showed fear one after another, and they remembered Lin Moyu's extremely terrifying group attack skills. Dragon Clan once analyzed Lin Moyu's skill, and agreed that the power of this skill lies not in Lin Moyu, but in the corpse. The corpse is Lin Moyu's weapon. The stronger the corpse, the stronger the damage of this skill. If Lin Moyu is given a corpse of a god, Lin Moyu may even kill the Dragon King in seconds. They realized that they were careless, and they didn't even notice the skeletons behind Lin Moyu, all carrying corpses in their hands. These corpses are dragon warriors. Lin Moyu used the corpses of his people against himself. Although these tribesmen are somewhat special, they can't be like this. These dragon warriors couldn't help showing fear in their hearts. The light of healing shone on his body, and the dragon healers in the army healed himself freely. Immediately after turning in the air, a large body of corpses flew over again. Attack corpses, don't let them get close. The dragon warrior was terrified, and quickly issued an order. At the same time, the spear in his hand swept out a large amount of gun light, tearing the corpse into pieces in the air. Without corpses, Lin Moyu wouldn't be able to use that terrifying group attack skill. Do you use my undead army as a display? So what if the corpse was blocked? Can't you create your own corpse? At this time, the skeleton archmage and skeleton marksman have reached the attack range. The elements roared, and thousands of elemental explosions engulfed the dragon army. The sharp arrows of the skeleton sharpshooter pierced the sky and shot past densely. There were screams one after another. Almost instantly, a large number of dragon warriors were killed. Why is his skeleton so powerful? This attack power is already very close to ours. Several dragon warriors were shocked again. In the data, although Lin Moyu's undead army is strong, it is not so strong. The scene before them is completely different from their information. And the skills are different. There is no such skeleton as the skeleton marksman in the data. Only then did they realize that Lin Moyu had become stronger and their information was outdated. Boom! There was another explosion, and the face of the dragon warrior changed drastically. There are corpses again. The terrifying group attack skills came again. Dragon warriors fell like they were cutting wheat. The generals of the dragon clan retreated crazily, and this battle could not be fought. Not to mention killing Lin Moyu, now tens of thousands of corpses here have become Lin Moyu's weapons. They dare not approach. Hard to quit. Walk. The dragon warriors looked at each other, turned around and fled. They wanted to escape, but Lin Moyu didn't even bother to chase them. The lightning wings are still cooling down, and the dragon warriors are flying so fast that they can't catch up even if they want to. The dragon warrior, who had already risen to a high altitude, stopped suddenly. Even if you want to go, you have to kill them. They suddenly changed direction and flew towards Shixingen and Liangyu. Killing intent rose in their eyes. Before escaping, they must be killed first. If you can't kill Lin Moyu, then kill his two friends. You wanna die? Lin Moyu shouted angrily, and the back of his hand bloomed with brilliant light. Strong soldier, the skill is activated suddenly. At the same time, the flames in the palm of the hand rose. The dragon warrior let out a scream on the spot and fell from the air. The soul flames came one after another, and Lin Moyu kept casting them. At this time, Lin Moyu's body was filled with black energy and murderous aura. The overwhelming murderous intent swept over and enveloped Nuoma Zhao, them. It's so murderous. How many people has this guy killed? How could he have such a strong killing intent? The generals of the dragon clan were astonished, and all of them were startled behind their backs. Under the strengthening of the enhancement skill, the skeleton archmage, skeleton marksman suddenly accelerated and rushed over quickly. They aimed at the dragon warriors in the air and launched an attack. Lin Moyu's soul flame also aimed at them at the same time. As long as they are still within the attack range, Lin Moyu does not intend to let go of any of them. If you don't want to go, then don't go. Strong armor is Lin Moyu's strongest skill at present. With its boost, the attack power of skeleton archmage and marksman has more than 10 times. The attack power instantly shattered the defense of the dragon warrior. The body was intensively bombarded by elemental explosions, and sharp arrows penetrated the body. The wings were blown off, and the body was shot into a sieve. One by one was seriously injured and fell. The remaining souls of the dead dared to linger no longer, turned around and fled. At this time, The skeleton berserker ran over, grabbed the skeleton archmage and the skeleton marksman, and threw them out as weapons, targeting these dragon warriors. The dragon warriors flew fast, but couldn't outrun the skeletons that were thrown over. Still in the air, the attack has come. The screams sounded again. Kill a level 60 Dragon Knight, experience, plus 240000, military merit, plus 3000. Kill a level 59 Dragon Mage, experience, plus 2360000, military merit, plus 2000. Kill the Dragon Warrior, experience, plus 710000, military merit, plus 1000. During the battle, a huge amount of information kept popping up, and Lin Moyu didn't have time to read it. After the battle is over, there is time to take a look. Below level 70, no matter what kind of occupation in the Dragon Clan, the ratio of level and experience is fixed. They are all 40,000 times the level. Military merit is slightly different. Level 40 to 49 military merit is 1000, level 50 to 59 is 2000. Starting from level 60, the military merit has reached 3000. The Dragon Warriors are at least level 70, and their experience and military achievements are completely different from those of the dragons below level 70. The Dragon Warrior is equivalent to the top professional in the human race, and the human race has to go through a third job change when it reaches level 70. The Dragon Clan will experience the second awakening of their bloodlines. The third job change of the human race is 100% successful, and there is no possibility of failure. The Dragon Clan is different. The awakening of the Dragon Clan's blood may fail. Therefore, in the Dragon Clan, those who can become Dragon Warriors are elites, which are equivalent to geniuses in the human race. Their experience has reached 100,000 times the level. The level 71 Dragon Warrior directly brought Lin Moyu 7.1 million experience points, and his military merits also skyrocketed to 100,000. After the battle, not only the experience increased by 327 degrees, it directly increased from 2% to 20%. The military merits are even more profitable. The light on the sergeant's badge was extremely dazzling, and a purple star jumped up. 1-star general. From this moment, Lin Moyu became a star general. The skeletons climbed up the pillar and rescued Shishingen and Liang Yu. Shishingen narrowly escaped death, both happy and a little guilty. Brother Lin, I'm really sorry this time. Lin Moyu knew what he meant. If it were me, you would come to the rescue. Shishingen trembled. What Lin Moyu said was right. If Lin Moyu was in a desperate situation, he would also go to rescue him. Even if he knew he was going to die, he would go. Lin Moyu said, it's the best thing if you're okay. Liang Yu said, but the Dragon Clan seems to have sent a Dragon King, why didn't I see it? A huge burst of energy erupted, and then everything returned to calm. Lin Moyu turned his head and saw Bai Yiyuan flying over with a fragmented corpse coming. Bai Yiyuan flew over and threw the corpse in his hand on the ground like garbage. They clapped their hands, it's done. It turns out that the Dragon King of the Dragon Clan is nothing more than that, and he doesn't have to carry it at any time. The Dragon King of the Dragon Clan is equivalent to the existence of the god-level existence of the human race. The death situation at this time was quite miserable. The wings were broken, a big hole was broken in the body, and both hands and feet were broken. The whole body, the only thing that is still intact is a head. Its eyes were wide open, and it would not rest in peace. Even after death, there is still fear in his eyes. With Bai Yiyuan's finger, 2 drops of Dragon King's blood flew out and landed in front of Shishingen and Liang Yu. It is said to be a drop, but it is actually half the size of a fist. The Dragon King's blood shone with a hazy luster, exuding a compelling aura. Come here, fresh Dragon King's blood, you two are lucky, each of you eat a drop, there are a lot of benefits. Bai Yiyuan spoke loudly. Shishingen and Liang Yu hurriedly saluted Bai Yiyuan, my lord Baishan. Bai Yiyuan smiled, you are Xiaoyu's friends, so you don't have to be so polite. Hurry up and eat the Dragon King's blood. It won't be fresh after a while. Then he said to Lin Moyu, you don't need to eat it, it's useless to you. Lin Moyu also knew that his attributes were already too high, and the good things he had eaten and used were far better than this, and the Dragon King was really useless to him. Shixingen and Liang Yu swallowed the blood excitedly. There is no bloody smell as imagined, but rather sweet. The blood entered the throat, and a powerful energy burst out and swept the whole body. In the blink of an eye, the injuries on the two of them had healed, and their total attributes had increased by 500. It is more effective than low-level magical potions. Seeing the surprised looks of the two, Bai Yuan laughed and said, how about it, the effect is not bad. It's a pity, this thing can only be eaten while it is fresh, and it will be useless in a few minutes. Saying that, Bai Yuan punched it on the head. His head exploded, and Bai Yuan took out a jewel-like object from it. The shape of the gem is hexagonal, which looks crystal clear and beautiful. Lin Moyu's heart moved slightly. This gemstone was 80 to 90% similar to the core of life. Do you know what this is? Bai Yuan asked. Several people shook their heads, and Shixingen replied, I've never seen it before. Bai Yuan said, it's normal if you haven't seen it before. This is the first time I've seen it. It was the first time he had fought against the Dragon Clan warlord. Before today, only in the deep space, Akfi, of the ancient battlefield could one encounter the Dragon War King. Bai Yuan doesn't go there often, and basically never comes across them. Even if they meet, life and death may not necessarily be separated. This time, Bai Yuan won the first kill of the Dragon Clan warlord. Although I have never seen this thing, I know it is called Long Gao. Only the head of the Dragon King of the Dragon Clan will have this thing. The Dragon King is not a god. After the body turns cold, the Dragon King's blood is useless. But the bones and skin are still useful, and the value is much higher than platinum-level weapons. But even if the bones and skin of its whole body add up, it can't match this dragon crystal. Bai Yuan's words made Shixingen and Liang Yu's eyes widen. Lin Moyu knew that his teacher was being funny again. If Meng Anwen was here, he would definitely be beaten back. Just the ink of knowledge in Bai Yuan's stomach is not enough to look at. Bai Yuan put away the corpses of Long Jing and Dragon King. Lin Moyu then asked, Brother Shi, how did you get caught by the Dragon Clan? Where are the other three in your team? Mentioning the other three, Shixingen's eyes showed grief, they all died in battle. I don't know where the Dragon Clan found out about my relationship with you, and on our way to the dungeon, they suddenly attacked us. Professionals of the Dragon Clan are very strong, we can't beat them. 3 brothers. Shixingen said with anger rising in his eyes, in the future, I will definitely enter the Dragon Clan, slaughter the Dragon Clan, and avenge my brothers. Lin Moyu sighed. He didn't have much contact with those 3 people, and he didn't say a few words. But every time, as long as Shixingen had something to say, they would stand behind Shixingen without hesitation. They are 3 brothers who don't talk too much, but are very good. Lin Moyu said in a low voice, there will be a chance. Brother Shi, you have been targeted by the Dragon Clan now, don't stay in the Yuan battlefield, go back to the Empire. And you are about to change your job, if you want to enter the Dragon Clan, you have to change your job to Earth Knight. Shixingen is now level 39, and it won't be long before he can reach level 40. Compared with Yuan battlefield, the Empire is much safer. Moreover, Shixingen still needs to change jobs, which requires a lot of preparation. Bai Yuan said, I promised Xiaoyu that I will take care of your job change. When you reach level 40, contact Xiaoyu and I will help you change jobs. With Meng Anwen around, he could set up the most perfect job transfer circle, and use some rare materials to increase Shixingen's chances of becoming an Earth Knight. Shixingen has a firm belief, I must change my job to become an Earth Knight. Bai Yuan smiled, it is a good thing to have such belief. He could tell that Shixingen was a nice person, and Lin Moyu didn't make any friends. Lao Meng, take us back. Bai Yuan roared. The god Shata appeared in the air, and the brilliant light shone on several people. Yuan battlefield became quiet again. This deep black land has the ability to automatically purify. Before long, everything here will be erased. This time the Dragon Clan can be said to have lost a lot, losing troops and losing generals. There is a Dragon King, 12 Dragon Generals, an army of 10,000 people, and 20 warships. The loss is not small. Lin Moyu is still alive and well without any injuries. Dragon Residence. A terrifying aura rises and fills the air, and a phantom of a giant dragon appears in the sky. The roar of anger resounded through the sky and lasted for a long time. In the teleportation array, neat troops teleported over. These dragon soldiers wear the same battle armor and look exactly the same, even the details are exactly the same. The level is either 59 or 60, the difference is very small. Their appearance is a little weird. Meng Anwen sent Shingen and Liang Yu directly to Xiaojing City. Not everyone is eligible to enter Baishan Courtyard. Bai Yuan took out the body of the Dragon King of the Dragon Clan and threw it on the ground. Old Meng, see what you can use. Although the Dragon King of the Dragon Clan died, he still exuded a huge pressure. It is equivalent to a god-level powerhouse in the human race, and its combat power is so powerful that it is not difficult to kill Lin Moyu. It's just that Bai Yuan was stronger, and as a result, he was beaten to death by the Japanese Yuan. Meng Anwen shot a beam of light onto the Dragon King's corpse, closed his eyes and felt it for a while before speaking. The lowest Dragon King's corpse is useless to me, give it to Lao Tai, maybe he will be useful. The Dragon King's corpse and the Devil's corpse are all raw materials for legendary equipment. Bai Yuan knew this answer a long time ago, so he put away the Dragon King's body. Look at this again, he said, and took out the dragon crystal again. Meng Anwen played with the dragon crystal in his hands. The core of the Devil King and the dragon crystal of the Dragon King are both materials for making legendary jewelry. It's a pity that it's still a bit short. The Dragon King is not like the god level of the human race, which is distinguished by level. Like demons and gods, they are divided into low, middle, and high grades. The low-level Dragon King corresponds to level 90 to level 92 of the human race. And what Bai Yuan killed this time was only the weakest Dragon King among the low ranks. The energy in the dragon crystal is not very strong, even Meng Anwen looked down upon it. It is true that dragon crystals can be used to make legendary jewelry, but dragon crystals are only one of the main materials. Many auxiliary materials are also required, which are also very rare. Meng Anwen felt that it was not worth wasting a lot of rare auxiliary materials for such a low-level dragon crystal. Lin Moyu looked at Long Jing, and felt weird no matter how he looked at it. So much like. Lin Moyu said, "Teacher, can you show me the dragon crystal?" Meng Anwen directly threw Long Jing to Lin Moyu, just like throwing garbage. To others, dragon crystal, which can be called a priceless treasure, is nothing more than that in Meng Anwen's eyes. Taking over the dragon glass, Lin Moyu summoned the Staff of Creation. On the Scepter of Creation, the broken core of life is shining. The surface of the damaged life core is slightly illusory, and the outer shell appears and disappears from time to time. From time to time, some divine power of life leaked out. There really is no difference between the two. Bai Yuan asked, curiously, "It's really similar." Meng Anwen said, "It seems that there should be some connection between the life core and the dragon crystal." Lin Moyu's heart moved, and he made contact with the dragon crystal and the core of life. At the moment of contact, the life core radiates brightly, and the dragon crystal explodes with a bang. After the explosion, there was not a single drop of the dragon crystal left, and all of it was absorbed by the life core. After absorbing the dragon crystal, the core of life seems to have recovered a bit. As the owner of the creation scepter, Lin Moyu can clearly feel that the core of life is a little more complete than before. If the previous damage rate reached 80%, then the current damage rate is almost 75%. Meng Anwen's eyes shone slightly, and after thinking about it, he said slowly, "It seems that the core of life is made of dragon crystals, and it's not just ordinary dragon crystals. Bai Yuan said, could it be the dragon crystal of the High Dragon King? Meng Anwen was not sure. It is possible, but it is also possible that it is the dragon crystal of the Dragon Emperor. Broken. Impossible. Bai Yuan was shocked. He felt that what Meng Anwen said was a bit too exaggerated. What is the identity of the Dragon Emperor? It is equivalent to a super god-level powerhouse of the human race. As far as he knows, there is no Dragon Emperor in the Dragon Clan. Just like there is no super god-level powerhouse in the human race, the strongest one is just a half-step super god. Meng Anwen said, there is no Dragon Emperor now, but it doesn't mean there wasn't one before. Memories flashed in his eyes. I once saw a corpse in the deep space of the ancient battlefield. It was the corpse of a dragon. Countless years have passed, and the corpse has not been destroyed, and it is still extremely powerful. Wait. Bai Yuan suddenly interrupted Meng Anwen. Bai Yuan said, I can understand when you say that the corpses of the Dragon Clan have not been destroyed for countless years, and I can also understand that even if the high-ranking Dragon King is dead, the corpses will not be destroyed for thousands of years. But you said, what the hell is it that is still so powerful? Meng Anwen glared at Bai Yuan. It's impolite to interrupt others. Bai Yuan smiled mischievously. Say what you say, I'll shut up. Meng Anwen said, at that time, I had just become a god level and entered the deep space for the first time, and I met that guy. It's obviously dead, it's obviously a corpse, but it can still move and attack. I was almost killed by it, and I managed to escape. And it is different from ordinary dragons. Siyu has already begun to return to his ancestors. Meng Anwen recounted what happened that year. Meng Anwen has experienced many life and death crises in his life, and that one is definitely the most dangerous one, and his memory is still fresh. Lin Moyu felt a little creepy. A corpse that has been dead for thousands of years can be so powerful. Bai Yuan said, I have also been to the deep space many times, why have I never met such a guy? Meng Anwen chuckled, you're lucky. One sentence blocked Bai Yuan's mouth. Meng Anwen continued, later, I judged that the corpse was most likely the corpse of the Dragon Emperor. Even if it wasn't the Dragon Emperor, it was still a half-step Dragon Emperor. It is equivalent to our half-step super god, level 99 existence. Lin Moyu didn't doubt what Meng Anwen said. Meng Anwen is well informed and knows too many things, his judgment is very likely to be correct. Lin Moyu said, if the life core is really made of dragon crystals, if I can get enough dragon crystals, can I repair the life core? Meng Anwen nodded, judging from the performance of the life core just now, there is indeed a high probability that this is the case. Bai Yuan smiled from the side, your boy doesn't mean you want to enter the dragon realm and slaughter the Dragon King, right? Dragon crystals are only available to dragon kings, and if you want to get a dragon crystal, you have to kill a Dragon King. This kind of thought just passed by in a flash, and was immediately suppressed by him. Lin Moyu himself felt whimsical. Meng Anwen shook his head, actually, there is another place where you can get a lot of dragon crystals. The two looked at Meng Anwen at the same time. Meng Anwen continued, in the deep space of the ancient battlefield, where I met the corpse dragon, when I was chased by it, I saw a cemetery. The cemetery of the Dragon Clan not only buried a large number of dragon corpses, but also a large number of dragon crystals. Bai Yuan cut off, you mean you didn't say anything, how could Xiaoyu go to the deep space now? 0, even if we go, there is the corpse dragon, let Xiaoyu go to die. Meng Anwen said, I just said that there is such a place. Lin Moyu understood what Meng Anwen meant, thank you teacher. If there is a chance, he will definitely go to see it. Bai Yuan said, the Dragon Clan and the Abyssal Demons are all after you now, so you must be careful in your actions in the future. Even within the territory of the Empire, don't take it lightly, these guys have a lot of insidious means. Lin Moyu understands the truth, I will be careful. Meng Anwen said lightly, in a few days, we'll clean up those rats, and it should be peaceful for a while. Lin Moyu asked, is there no way to completely eradicate it? Bai Yuan shook his head, it's not as simple as you think. It's okay for the empire, but not for other countries. If you really start to fight, it is very likely that a civil war will break out among the human race. At that time, whether it is the abyss demon or the dragon race, they will make trouble. That's the truth, Lin Moyu understood after thinking about it. There is not only one Xinxia empire in the human race, the forces within the entire human race are crisscrossed and extremely complicated. If you really go to war, maybe there will be civil strife. Meng Anwen said in a deep voice, the human race needs a supreme being, someone who speaks for himself and no one dares to refute. Lin Moyu asked instinctively, can't that one do it? Meng Anwen said, half-step super god is not enough, maybe when he really becomes super god level, he can do it. A true super god. Back at Xiaojing Academy, Lin Moyu's ears still echoed Meng Anwen's last words. The human race needs a true super god level, a king who says that there is no one but two people. Only then can the human race be truly stabilized and internal troubles completely resolved. Brother Lin. The crisp voice came to the ear 9. Shu Han stood not far away and waved towards him. Lin Moyu is very strange, Shu Han seems to be waiting for him specially. Every time he met Shu Han, it was either in the dungeon hall or in the library. Shu Han rarely came to him on his own initiative. Shu Han narrowed his eyes slightly, like a crescent moon. Junior brother Lin, I want to ask you for a favor. Okay. Lin Moyu replied without thinking. In Lin Moyu's heart, Ping is one of his few friends. She opened her mouth to help if she could. Shu Han seemed to have expected this answer a long time ago, and handed Lin Moyu a teleportation stone. Junior Lin, please come with me. The teleportation distance is not far, it should have just left Xiaojing City. The two came to a small courtyard, which was a bit more refined than the Baishan courtyard. Standing outside the courtyard, Lin Moyu smelled a strange smell of medicine. It's not like a fragrance, but more of a slightly fishy smell. This smell is familiar. Lin Moyu immediately thought that it was the smell of rotting corpses. Although it is very faint, he is sure not to make a mistake. 97. Seeing Lin Moyu's expression, Shu Han already knew it. Lin Shuidi guessed it. Lin Moyu nodded, why are there rotting corpses here? Shu Han stepped forward and pushed open the courtyard door. Young brother Lin will know when he comes in. The smell of medicine in the small courtyard is stronger, and the smell of rotting corpses is also stronger. Ordinary people may not be able to tell the difference, but Lin Moyu can. The yard is very quaint, with 3 in and 3 out. Following Shu Han to the backyard, Lin Moyu was slightly surprised that Dongfeng Yao was also here. Dongfeng Yao said to Lin Moyu, General Lin, we meet again. Her expression was a little unnatural, probably because of what caused her to almost die in the corpse world last time. Lin Moyu nodded as a response. Shu Han asked, Brother Lin is not surprised, why is Princess Xiao here? Lin Moyu knew that in some big families in the empire, the juniors might all know each other. Just like Ning Yi and Mo Yun, they played together when they were young. Dongfeng Yao and Shu Han probably did the same. His nose moved, and he looked towards one of the huts. Is there a carrion inside? Shu Han didn't hide anything, he opened the door and walked in. Shui Lin, please come in. Shu Han used Lin Shuidi to call Lin Moyu from the beginning to the end, and it seemed that the relationship between the two was relatively close. Walking into the room, a chill came over my face. It was very cold in the room, and a formation was in operation, exuding a constant chill. There is a big ice block in the center of the formation, freezing a woman. The woman in the ice cube is dressed in exquisite clothes and sleeps with her eyes closed. Even if she is frozen, she can feel her dignity. Lin Moyu saw the woman, and then at Dongfeng Yao. The appearance of the woman is somewhat similar to that of Dongfeng Yao. Dongfeng Yao said softly, this is my mother. There is a black spot on the woman's wrist, which is exactly the same as the corpse in the corpse world. And that uncontrollable stench also came from here. Even the freezing and strong smell of medicine cannot completely cover up the stench of rotting corpses. Lin Moyu said, I was bitten by a rotting corpse. On the wrist, there is a bite mark. Dongfang Yao explained, when I was young, my mother and father inspected the seals in the corpse world together. The two went to the rotting corpse world, and when they came back, the mother had already been poisoned by the rotting corpse. My mother has been frozen here since then. Lin Moyu remembered that Dongfang Yao once told herself that if she had the ability to detoxify the rotting corpse, she would help her save someone. It seems to be the woman in front of me. Xu Han said, I brought junior brother Lin here this time because I wanted to ask junior brother Lin to help save people. Lin Moyu shook his head, I can't save her now. The rotting corpse poison is not completely unsolvable, but he really can't do anything about it now. The elimination skill of the Lich General is only effective for the whole body of the undead army, and cannot be used externally. Perhaps the light of life from the scepter of creation would be useful, but he is not qualified to use it right now. Xu Han said, we don't want junior brother Lin to save people now, but we want junior brother Lin to help with an experiment. The three left the hut, and Xu Han led them through the courtyard. Behind the small courtyard, there is a row of stone houses. The smell of medicine here is stronger. Besides the smell of medicine, Lin Moyu also smelled many other smells. There's blood, metal, and some inexplicable smells. All kinds of flavors mixed together. Then Lin Moyu saw an old man who seemed to be waiting for him standing there. Xu Han yelled at the man, Grandpa, God Lin is coming. Lin Moyu couldn't help shrinking when he saw the main gaze. From the opponent, he felt the breath of a god-level powerhouse. Xu Han has a grandfather who is a god-level powerhouse. Looking at his clothes again, Lin Moyu confirmed the identity of the other party. It turned out to be a god-level pharmacist. I have never heard that there are god-level pharmacists in the Empire. How precious a god-level pharmacist is, Lin Moyu knows very well. Not only is it precious, but it is even more difficult to become a god-level pharmacist. It's really strange, since Xu Han has such a god-level pharmacist's grandfather, why did he come to the academy to do tasks for hundreds of points? Is it for fun? Xu Han introduced, this is my grandfather, a god-level pharmacist, Xu Ping. Lin Moyu's memory is rolling, he has seen the name Xu Ping in the book. The book hailed Xu Ping as one of the most talented pharmacists in the entire human race. Bai Yuan and Meng Anwen are people of the same era. Only later, disappeared. Unexpectedly, Xu Ping has become a god-level pharmacist now. Xu Ping clasped his fists at Lin Moyu. General Lin Moyu is well. Lin Moyu also clasped his fists and said, what medicine king? The two have equal status and treat each other as equals. Xu Ping shook his head and smiled wryly, don't call me medicine god, I'm not worthy. There must be a reason for the words, Lin Moyu is not good at flattering, so he didn't say anything. Xu Ping said, I'll get straight to the point. I heard from Princess Yao that the summoned item of General Lin Shen can detoxify rotting corpses. Can you demonstrate it for me? Lin Moyu nodded, yes, but my Lich General may defuse the rotting corpse poison for his legion members. As he spoke, he released a Lich General and a skeleton berserker at the same time. The wind was blowing, and the sky was slightly dark. The Lich General, who was more than 3 meters tall, stood in front of several people like a hill, bringing a strong sense of oppression. Lin Moyu's thoughts moved slightly, and the Lich General immediately used his elimination skills, which acted on the skeleton berserker. Lin Moyu also explained, this skill is called elimination. It can eliminate various abnormal states, and it can also resolve the poison of corrupt households. It's just that the high-level rotting corpse poison can't be resolved either, and Master Yao should be clear about this. Princess Yao did say so. Xu Ping's gaze fell on General Lich. General Lin, this old man has a skill that can analyze other people's skills. The old man wants to analyze the Lich General's skills to see if he can find the root cause of his ability to dissolve the rotting corpse poison. Xu Ping is open and honest, telling the truth. The Lich General is Lin Moyu's summoned object, and Lin Moyu's consent must be obtained to perform skills on it. Lin Moyu did not refuse after thinking about it. Yes. Thank you, Lich General. Xu Ping shot a beam of light onto Lich General. General Lich used the elimination skill again, while Xu Ping sensed the information from his own skill. Scramble for analysis. But his brows are getting tighter and tighter. Seeing this, Xu Han felt a bad premonition in his heart. My grandfather never seemed to have such an expression. It seems that this is not the case. The Lich General used his skill several times in a row before stopping. Xu Ping didn't open his eyes, and the few people didn't bother him. After a while, Xu Ping let out a long breath, and Dongfang Yao asked nervously, "Grandpa Medicine God, how is it?" Xu Ping shook his head. This skill is so special that doctors can't analyze it. Dongfang Yao's complexion suddenly collapsed, and she murmured, "Then what should I do?" Xu Ping thought for a while, and then said to Lin Moyu, "General Lin, I want to try again." His eyes fell on the skeleton berserker, and at the same time he took out a crystal bottle, which contained a small amount of black powder. The moment Lin Moyu saw the powder, his expression changed drastically. The black powder contained in the bottle is rotting corpse poison. The toxicity is not strong, it should be a low-level rotting corpse poison. Lin Moyu has dealt with so many rotting corpses in the rotting world, and he will never admit his mistake. It should be obtained from Dongfang Yao's mother. Lin Moyu asked in a low voice, "Senior Medicine God, what do you want to do?" Xu Ping said, "I can't analyze the root of the skill, and I want to try to enter the people from the elimination process of rotting corpse poison." Lin Moyu's face changed suddenly. "You want to use my skeleton to test the poison?" Lin Moyu's reaction made Xu Ping a little surprised. "General Lin, do you feel something is wrong?" Lin Moyu's complexion was not good, his eyes were also filled with displeasure, and his voice was slightly low. "Skeletons are my comrades in arms. They can die in battle, but in normal times, they are definitely not tools for any experiments. If Xu Yaoshan needs help from this junior, for anything, this junior won't say anything. If you want to use my comrade in arms as an experiment, it's impossible." Lin Moyu spoke very simply, without any room for negotiation. Xu Ping never expected that Lin Moyu would take his own skeleton so seriously. After all, as far as he knows, the number of Lin Moyu's skeletons is tens of thousands. Dongfang Yao also said that Lin Moyu's undead army was almost wiped out in the zombie world. He thought the skeleton was Lin Moyu's summoning object, and it was a fighting tool. Unexpectedly, Lin Moyu regarded the skeleton as his comrade in arms. He can understand this kind of feeling. Many summoners are like this, and the summoned objects are their relatives and closest partners. If you want to use their summoned objects as experiments, the result will definitely be immortal. Dongfang Yao's face showed anxiety. Xu Han held her hand, signaling her not to worry. She knew that her grandfather must have other ways. Xu Ping said with a hint of apology, "It's the old man who was abrupt, so don't blame Lin Xinjiang." The tone is very sincere, without a trace of affectation. Lin Moyu took a deep breath. "It's okay, can I help you?" "As long as it doesn't hurt them, we can discuss it." Xu Ping thought for a while. "This old man has another method, maybe you can try it, and I guarantee that it won't hurt General Lin's summons. As long as it doesn't harm the undead army, Lin Moyu has no objections." Xu Ping took out a bottle of medicine and sprinkled it on the skeleton berserker. While sprinkling, he said, "This is the skill absorption potion researched by the old man. It can absorb various skills, whether it is assist or attack, and store them. When needed, display it again." I didn't expect such a medicine to exist. Lin Moyu suddenly thought about the usage of skill absorption potion. "Are there any restrictions on this potion?" Xu Ping said, "Naturally there are restrictions. For example, god-level skills cannot be stored. There are also some special skills that cannot be stored, for example." Lin Moyu asked, "Can the skills of origin runes be stored?" Xu Ping shook his head and said, "Probably not, the skill level of origin rune is too high, it's already higher than the category of god-level skills. Having already guessed the result, Lin Moyu was not disappointed. It is normal not to be able to store. The potion has been sprinkled all over the body, and the skeleton berserker's body is covered with greenery. Lin Moyu did not sense any damage to the berserker skeleton. The potion just covered the berserker's body without doing anything. Please, Lin Shin will perform the elimination skill again. Lin Moyu hummed, and with a thought, the Lich General used the elimination skill again. Under the elimination skill, the green color on the skeleton warrior faded rapidly. After a few strokes, the skeleton warrior had returned to its original state, and all the potions had disappeared. Shock appeared in Xu Ping's eyes. How could this be? Even my skill absorption potion has been eliminated. Elimination skills are to eliminate various abnormal states. As long as the level does not exceed the skill limit, any abnormal state can be eliminated. Xu Ping's skill absorption potion was also treated as an abnormal state and eliminated by the skill. This situation was completely beyond Xu Ping's expectation. After thinking about it, he finally got the answer. It seems that General Lich's skills come from the inside out. This skill is really strange. Lin Moyu thinks that there is indeed this possibility. The Lich General's skills are indeed different. Xu Ping couldn't think of any other way for a while. Lin Moyu said, if there is nothing wrong, the younger generation will leave first. Xu Ping said, today I'm really bothering God General Lin. Honor, send God General Lin off on behalf of Grandpa. Xu Han hummed, and left with Lin Moyu. Before leaving, Lin Moyu glanced at Dongfang Yao. Isn't your Dongfang family ready for the compensation? Are you planning to pay? Dongfang Yao trembled all over. At this moment, she felt that Lin Moyu was a little scary. Dongfang Yao quickly said, there are a lot of things at home these days, father, and the others will come in a few days. Lin Moyu nodded, my master is waiting. Xu Han sent Lin Moyu away and disappeared from sight. Dongfang Yao had tears in her eyes. Grandpa Medicine God, is my mother really hopeless? Xu Ping shook his head. The rotting corpse poison is the weirdest poison I've ever seen in my life. So far, there is no other way except Lin Xinjiang's Lich General can dissolve it. Dongfang Yao was in a hurry, but his skeleton won't allow you to do experiments. Xu Ping sighed, this is also normal. Summoned objects are the closest companions for most summoners. Just like Lin Xinjiang said, they fight side by side. Summoned objects can die in battle, but they cannot take it for an experiment. Yao girl, think about it, if someone uses your mother as an experiment, how will you react? Dongfang Yao said without hesitation, I will do my best, but he has so many skeletons. Xu Ping smiled, it has nothing to do with the quantity, I'll think about your mother's poison, at least in the frozen formation, the situation is still stable, temporarily there will be no life-threatening. General Lin Shen also promised you that as long as he has the ability, he will definitely save you. As a man, his word will definitely count. Dongfang Yao was still frowning, but when will this be? Xu Ping said flatly, it won't be too long, it should be almost there when he reaches the god level. Really? I don't know when he will reach the god level. Quick, with his upgrade speed, it won't take long. Xu said with guilt on his face, I'm sorry, Brother Lin. I didn't expect Grandpa to make such a request. Lin Moyu said lightly, it has nothing to do with you, maybe Senior Medicine God doesn't know the relationship between me and the skeletons, maybe he thinks my skeletons are too many, they are just tools. Xu Han looked at Lin Moyu and said cautiously, you won't be angry. Lin Moyu smiled slightly, no, those who don't know are innocent, I'm not so stingy. Xu Han breathed a sigh of relief, that's good, that's good. Xu Han asked again, don't be angry with Princess Yao, she also wanted to save her mother, and she didn't think of causing you to fall into the world of rotting corpses last time. Mentioning Dongfang Yao, Lin Moyu's voice became slightly colder, I understand, I promised her that I will come back to save her mother when I have the ability. What Lin Moyu said will naturally be done. After returning to Shaojing Academy, Lin Moyu received a message from Mingyi. I'm going to the trial. With just this sentence, I didn't say how long or where I was going. In fact, being born in such a big family is not necessarily so good. Although the resources are abundant and the upgrade is fast, it is also much more tiring and stressful than ordinary people. Just look at Mo Yun and you will know that even a noble princess like Dongfeng Yao is not necessarily easy. Back in the dungeon hall, Lin Moyu entered the Beast God Plateau dungeon alone and started solo brushing. Before level 50, the instance of Beast God Plateau is the best leveling place. Lin Moyu plans to upgrade to level 50 as soon as possible, and then go to the ancient battlefield to meet the mysterious and terrifying existence. A single person brushes the book, and the efficiency is greatly improved. It's not just as simple as doubling the experience gained, but the speed of brushing books has also increased a lot. Before, I was talking and laughing with Ningyi, although the speed was not slow, but I didn't completely pursue efficiency. Now alone, Lin Moyu turned into a ruthless monster-killing machine. Pushing all the way, wherever the undead army goes, they will kill them all. The experience is increasing rapidly, and the efficiency is amazing. Brushing once increases experience by about 8%, an average of once per hour. Judging from this speed, it takes half a day to upgrade to one level. But Lin Moyu knows that this upgrade speed is limited to before level 50. Once it reaches level 50, without the Beast God Plateau, large copy with super high experience, the upgrade speed will be greatly reduced. At that time, you may swipe the copy once, and you can only increase the experience by 2% to 3%. To advance to a higher level, you have to brush dozens of copies until you vomit. At this moment, Lin Moyu is a little envious of her sister Lin Mohan. Lin Mohan's talent can increase the upgrade speed, and the higher the level, the talent will also be upgraded, and the upgrade speed will only become faster and faster. Lin Moyu estimated that by the time he reaches level 70 and turns 3, Lin Mohan will be able to reach the god level. He has no doubts about whether Lin Mohan can become a god. My own sister knows that she definitely has this ability. Otherwise, with that person's high demands and vision, he wouldn't go all out to train Lin Mohan. While Lin Moyu was working hard to upgrade, a bloody storm in the Xinxia Empire kicked off. Meng Anwen and Bai Yuan, who had been preparing for several years, finally took action. If you don't do it, it's fine, and if you do it, it's like thunder. The first to do it was the military. Meng Anwen took the body of Xinxia and arrived at Fortress No. 9 together with Bai Yuan. This is the front line of the defense of the Xinxia Empire, where the most elite troops are also stationed. Here, no one's level is lower than level 60. Advanced professionals at level 60 are just soldiers here. A top professional at level 70 can only be a captain. When they arrived, in Fortress No. 9, a pitch-black tower slowly rose into the sky, confronting God Shada. The Demon Extinguishing Tower and the Xinxia Tower are both one of the god towers of the Xinxia Empire. They are all legendary weapons and are comparable. There are also forces within the military. Meng Anwen and Bai Yuan represent a certain force, and a group of people also represent a certain force. The two sides don't fight each other in peacetime, but they will cooperate sincerely in war. The relationship is a bit weird. The team led by Meng Anwen and Bai Yuan was concentrated in Fortress No. 8 most of the time, while Fortress No. 9 was dominated by people from another department. Bai Yuan's voice resounded throughout the fortress, "The one whose name I read, stand up." The names were announced one by one, and the person who called the name trembled and turned pale. Bai Yuan has a list in his hand. There are more than a dozen people, and these people occupy high positions in the military. "Shut up. Bai Yuan, what are you doing here again?" A roar came from the fortress, covering Bai Yuan's voice. The three of them rose into the air with a terrifying aura, glaring at Bai Yuan and Meng Anwen. Everyone wears a purple sergeant badge on their shoulders, and everyone is a general. One of them is 4 stars, and the other 2 are 3 stars. It was a little worse than Bai Yuan and Meng Anwen. Bai Yuan was a 5-star general before, but because he helped Lin Moyu plant a soul brand in the Hall of Valor, he became a 4-star general. After killing the Dragon King of the Dragon Clan the day before yesterday, he became a 5-star general again. It's just that the status of the generals is equal, and the 3 generals in Fortress Number 9 can also sit on an equal footing with Bai Yuan. Wang Lin, a 3-star general, a level 92 knight. Wei Song, a 3-star general, a level 92 warrior. Xia Xiais, a 4-star general, a level 93 magician. Wang Lin, one of the 3, was at Xia Jing Academy that day and had been taught a lesson by Meng Anwen. Meng Anwen narrowed his eyes slightly, and landed on Wang Lin with malicious intentions. That appearance made Wang Lin a little creepy. But remembering that there is the demon extinguishing tower behind him now, and he is not afraid of Meng Anwen's God Xia Tower, he has the courage to look at Meng, and Meng Anwen smiled, which meant to say, the boy is fat. Bai Yuan's voice was cold. The people on the list are all members of the Demon Worship Association. You fart. Xia Xiais yelled angrily, why do you say that? Do you have any evidence? Several of the names that Bai Yuan read were his own. If these people belong to the Demon Worship Association, doesn't that mean that he is also very likely to have something to do with the Demon Worship Association? Bai Yuan glanced at him disdainfully. Xia Xiais, you may have been here for a long time, your mind is frozen, and you no longer know what I do. Xia Xiais was shocked. Only then did he remember Bai Yuan's other identity. Wang Lin and Wei Song also thought of something at this time, and their expressions changed. Bai Yuan usually doesn't care about any affairs in the army, it's like a hands-off shopkeeper, but people at their level know that Bai Yuan actually controls a rather secretive military team. This military team is hidden in the dark, inserting the entire military, empire, and even civilians. This team is in charge of intelligence spying, which means that Bai Yuan has the most abundant intelligence in the whole country. The original intention of establishing this team was to deal with the Demon Worship Society. Worshipping the devil will be concealed, so this team will be even more concealed. Only Bai Yuan knew the list of members of the entire team. Since Bai Yuan said that there are problems with the people on the list, there are likely to be problems. Although Xia Xiais already believed most of it, he still insisted, do you have evidence? Bai Yuan sneered, my words are evidence. Now that I want to kill someone, should you block or let me go? Bai Yuan's killing intent rose, and the huge aura of a 99-level god-level powerhouse completely burst out. After the god level, every time there is a difference in strength, there is a huge difference in strength. Under the suppression of Bai Yuan's huge aura, the 3 of them all endured tremendous pressure, and their faces became unsightly. Only then did they realize that Bai Yuan was by no means in vain. A god-level powerhouse at level 95 is really strong. They realized that even if the 3 of them worked together, they may not be Bai Yuan's opponent. Boom! The fort shook violently. An aura comparable to that of Bai Yuan rose from the fortress. White God, why get angry? The old voice sounded slowly. A white-haired old man slowly ascended into the air, and came in front of Xia Xiais, blocking Bai Yuan's breath. Bai Yuan laughed loudly, old guy, you are indeed here. I didn't quite believe the information I received before. 17. The old man's name is Yi Hao, and he is also a level 95 god-level powerhouse and a 5-star general. But his seniority is a generation higher than Bai Yuan's, and he is a figure of Bai Yuan's father's generation. Yi Hao sighed, the old man has never left these years. There was a fighting spirit in Bai Yuan's eyes. How about it, you are planning to stop me? Yi Hao shook his head, since Baishan has checked clearly, he must not be wrong. Even if he kills wrongly, Baishan will explain to us. Bai Yuan said loudly, you still know the rules, the evidence will come later, and I, Bai Yuan, will not kill wrong. Yi Hao stretched out his hand, then by God, please. Bai Yuan came over the fort in a flash. This time, neither Xia Xiais, Wei Song nor Wang Lin could stop Bai Yuan. With Yi Hao here to preside over the overall situation, it was not their turn to speak. Bai Yuan's aura enveloped Fortress Number 9 like a barrier, and his voice came out. The command of the gods. Human warrior, take out your weapon. Arrest all the people whom this god will miss, and if anyone resists, kill them on the spot. The sound fell, and all the soldiers in the fort took out their weapons at the same time. Before Bai Yuan read the list again, the people who were read just now were desperately trying to escape. But they can't escape. The teleportation array, the teleportation stone, and all items that can be teleported are all invalid at this moment. When Bai Yuan and Meng Anwen arrived, the god Xiata had already locked the space. Some people want to escape, but the Chinese have already started. Those who resist will be killed on the spot. Bai Yuan read out the names one by one. The fortress was full of murderous intent, the sound of fighting rang out, and the smell of blood filled the air. He desperately resisted, but Zhu died in the end. There is white, meaning far away, and none of them can escape. The sound of fighting, screams, and wailing continued to sound. God will give orders, all soldiers will obey. If there is a violation, there must be a problem. Bai Yuan's gaze was like lightning, overlooking the fortress. The 10,000 army in the fortress has a large number of top professionals, and there are also many top professionals over level 80. The names of those he reported were only a few, and they were quickly arrested, and several people were killed on the spot for resisting. Meng Anwen remained silent in midair, just watching indifferently. Behind him, the god Shada was slowly turning, and there were soft chirping sounds from time to time. In this kind of scene, Bai Yuan is enough, and he doesn't need to do anything. The battle lasted less than 5 minutes before it was over. Of the 18 people on Bai Yuan's list, 11 were killed on the spot, 7 had their hands and feet broken, and were thrown to the ground like dogs. They didn't refute, and Bai Yuan didn't allow them to refute. At this time, the god Shada shot out light, and the 7 people disappeared at the same time, and they had been included in the god Shada. Bai Yuan's eyes were sharp, and he scanned everyone present. That's right, you guys did a great job. As a soldier, don't forget the iron law of the soldier, the military order is like a mountain. All the soldiers shouted in unison, follow God's command. Bai Yuan was very satisfied, and then he said to Yi Hao, Old Yi, let me say one more thing. The Imperial Army is not a private army. They exist to fight against foreign enemies, so don't mix too much. Yi Hao smiled, naturally. Bai Shen has seen their performance just now. The military order is like a mountain, and no one dares not to obey the orders of the gods. Similarly, the old man also hopes that the army in Fortress Number 8 will do the same. Bai Yuan laughed loudly, that's natural, I'm going there next time. Does Mr. Yi want to go and have a look together? Yi Hao shook his head, no need, the old man can trust Bai Shen's words. In this case, then Bai will leave, and someone will send the evidence later. Fort 9 is just the first knife, the hors d'oeuvres. 18 people, only an insignificant fraction of the entire list. Either don't move, since it moves, it won't move cleanly. Both he and Meng Anwen knew that there must be members of the demon worshippers in Fortress Number 9. It's just that those people are hidden too deeply, and he hasn't dug them out yet. But Bai Yuan also believed that as long as those people dared to make a move, they would definitely show their feet. This big cleansing does not mean to completely eradicate the demon worship society, but to destroy them. At least for a period of time in the future, let them not dare to make big moves. Of course, there is also the second possibility, that the demon worshipper will jump over the wall in a hurry and counterattack in an all-round way. It is very likely that there will be chaos in the empire for a while. Bai Yuan and Meng Anwen had already made arrangements, and there was no chaos. On the contrary, if the demon worship society really does this, maybe some guys hidden in the depths will jump out. According to Meng Anwen's words, I can't wait for this. This tumor can be cleaned up more cleanly. Meng Anwen looked at Yi Hao, Xia Xiais and others, but he didn't say a word from the beginning to the end. Before leaving, he looked at the demon extinguishing tower and said slowly, is there no owner for the demon extinguishing tower? As soon as these words came out, the faces of the 4 changed drastically. Yi Hao, who always had a smile on his face, no longer smiled at this time. The faces of Xia Xiais and the others became even more ugly. I can still vividly remember the scene when Meng Anwen became the master of Xinxia Tower by force. Yi Hao narrowed his eyes. What does Anshan want to say? Meng Anwen said, it's nothing, you guard the demon extinguishing tower, its owner is coming soon. After finishing speaking, a teleportation array appeared in the air, taking him and Bai Yuan away. They all looked at each other. Xia Xiais clenched his fists. What exactly is he trying to say? Wang Lin suddenly thought of something. He couldn't be talking about Lin Moyu. Who is Lin Moyu? Yi Hao has never heard of Lin Moyu's name. He has not asked about world affairs these years, and he doesn't know much about the outside world. Wang Lin quickly told about Lin Moyu. Yi Hao was shocked after hearing this. I didn't expect such a genius to appear in our human race. If he steps into the god level and becomes the new owner of the demon extinguishing tower, it might be possible. Xia Xiais said anxiously, then you. Yi Hao chuckled, it's a good thing that my human race has such a genius. I haven't been able to fully control the tower for so many years. After all, I'm one step away. If he can, I will let him. Remember, no matter how we fight internally, it is for the human race. The human race needs geniuses, and they need to be constantly replenished with fresh blood. Can adapt to suppression, but can't be exterminated? The three quickly responded, I'll understand later. Above fort number 8, Meng Anwen and Bai Yuan arrived. Bai Yuan asked in a deep voice, Old Meng, what did you mean just now that you want Xiaoyu to take charge of the demon extinguishing tower? Meng Anwen said, is there a problem? Bai Yuan shook his head, no problem, it's just this difficulty. Trust Xiaoyu. It was enough for Meng Anwen to just say one sentence, and there was no need to say anything else. Bai Yuan didn't say anything else, and flew over the number 8 fortress. The command of the gods. The butcher knife was raised again. Fortress number 9 is only the beginning, and the big drama is behind it. Bai Yuan did not block the news. If someone makes small moves to spread the news, it may show their feet. The spy team under Bai Yuan will not let anyone suspicious go. At the same time, within the empire, a great purge officially began. Army after army came back from the Yuan battlefield. Bai Yuan and Meng Anwen's subordinate forces in the empire also took action one after another. For a while, there was a lot of panic, and a large number of people fell to the ground. This time, a lot of people were involved, ranging from officials from various places to the internal affairs of various families. At least tens of thousands of people were involved. Everyone has sufficient evidence, and as Bai Yuan said, his words are evidence. With Bai Yuan's prestige, no one would doubt his words. Bai Yuan and Meng Anwen quickly cleared fort number 8, and then dispatched a large number of people from fort number 8 to rush to number 7, number 6 and other forts. With Bai Yuan's command in hand, no one resisted. The Zhou family in Haiqing is the most prestigious family in Haiqing. It can be said that most of Haiqing is under the control of the Zhou family. The previous head of the Zhou family, Zhou Qingtian, was a god-level powerhouse of the same era as Yi Hao. Compared with Bai Yuan, he is still a generation older. After he left office, the Zhou family was handed over to his descendants. He didn't care about world affairs for many years, but today, he moved. Looking at the soldiers in the air, this army, composed entirely of top professionals, Zhou Qingtian felt something was wrong. He also stayed in the army when he was young, and knew what kind of existence such an army was like. Such an elite team will not be dispatched easily. There is bound to be a big event to be dispatched. Unexpectedly, they aimed their knives at their own family today. Looking at the murderous army, Zhou Qingtian slowly lifted into the air, and asked loudly, "Excuse me, what happened to my Zhou family?" Zhou Qingtian is a god-level powerhouse with incomparable strength, so he is not afraid of these troops. But he also knew that since the army dared to surround the Zhou family, there must be stronger people behind it. "Old Zhou, please stay safe." A voice resounded loudly, and Ming Tairan appeared in Zhou Qingtian's sight. Ning Tairan is also a grandfather, but he is still a generation younger than Zhou Tian. Zhou Qingtian knew Ning Tairan. It's Tairan, what happened? Ning Tairan sighed, and threw a piece of information to Zhou Qingtian. Mr. Zhou can read it by himself. Zhou Qingtian looked at it with doubts. Looking at it, his face turned livid, then pale again, and his eyes were burning with anger. As a majestic god-level powerhouse, his whole body was trembling at this moment. Ning Tairan sighed, you used to be my idol when I was young, and you also fought endlessly against the abyssal demons on the Yuan battlefield. But now the Zhou family. When Ning Tairan mentioned the past glory, Zhou Qingtian trembled with anger. He gritted his teeth, the younger generation is unworthy, Tairan. Leave this matter to the old man, and the old man will definitely give you an explanation. Ning Tairan nodded, that's the best, this junior believes that Elder Zhou will handle it well. Ning Tairan also didn't want to confront Zhou Qingtian directly, although he wasn't afraid, but if a god-level powerhouse fought, Haiqing and the surrounding cities would be destroyed in one fell swoop. Zhou Qingtian also fought bloody battles for the human race. Now that his descendants have problems, it would be great if Zhou Qingtian could handle this kind of thing by himself. This can be regarded as a face for the old man. Things similar to the Zhou family are still happening all over the empire. Bai Yuan and Meng Anwen either did not move, or moved like thunder. Only then did many people realize how powerful Bai Yuan and Meng Anwen were. They are not only powerful in their own combat power, what is even more frightening is that they have many friends and many people under their command. Ning Tairan, a well-known mage bloodline family in the empire, is a top-level 95 existence just like Bai Yuan. Mo Xinghai, the patriarch of the Mo family with the blood of the summoner, is also at level 94. The swordsman Feng family who has been stationed in the number 8 fort all year round, and the Su family of the Holy Light mage lineage. These families, who usually don't move much, start to move at this time, which makes the entire empire and even the world terrified. God-level powerhouses appeared one after another, and according to the list given by Bai Yuan, they almost disabled the Demon Worship Society in a short period of time. By the time the demon worshippers reacted, they had already lost a large number of troops. Years of hard work have come to nothing. Bai Yuan also told the world that it is not that he is unaware of your existence. It was also because of this incident that people realized that the Devil Worship Society had penetrated so deeply. The military, royal family, major families, and even various institutions of higher learning, and local officials all have their people. The people who worship the Magic Society began to fight back, and for a while the empire began to be chaotic. Some members of the Demon Worship Association have a high status in the country, and they use their own power to resist. Bai Yuan has only one word for this: kill. The chaos was as early as he expected, but it was not too chaotic. It will be enough to suppress it in a few days. Lin Moyu didn't know anything about the outside world, and he spent the past 2 days brushing his copy in the dungeon hall with peace of mind. In just 2 days, he has risen from 45 to 48. 2 days to upgrade, this speed can definitely shock anyone. Due to the existence of the Beast God Plateau, copy, Lin Moyu is like driving a train at the stage of 40 to 50. This astonishing upgrade speed will not be curbed until level 50. After all, such a large dungeon is hard to find. There are hundreds of dungeons in the dungeon hall, but there are only 2 large dungeons. There is only one super large dungeon that can be better than a large dungeon, and it is as high as level 56. He can't get in before level 61. On the 3rd day, when Bai Yuan waved his butcher knife at the Demon Worship Association, the teleportation array in the dungeon hall lit up, and dozens of people teleported in. These people are all wearing the clothes of Xiaojing Academy, and they are all students of Xiaojing Academy. But they come from different academies, including students from the 3 top academies of Chuangshan, Chuangshi, and Yanhuang. This team immediately aroused the curiosity of many people. Strange, how could there be such a team? I don't know, I'm curious, I feel the murderous aura from these people. It seems that it is not only murderous, but also a strange breath. I feel it too, but I can't tell. The students in the dungeon hall felt strange. Pingjin is not without a team composed of multiple colleges. But there are more than 30 teams like this, and they are all from different colleges, which I have never seen before. These people rushed into the dungeon hall with murderous intent, and then came to the entrance of the Beast God Plateau dungeon. I'm sure Lin Moyu just went in. Sure. Let's do it. After a brief speech, someone took out several black stones. The stone was instantly excited, turning into streaks of black light and rushing into the dungeon vortex. Then these people also choose to enter the copy at the same time. That's when the others realized something was wrong. Someone exclaimed loudly, "No, the stone they took out is the magic stone of the Abyss Demon." No wonder I think their aura is weird, that is the Abyss Demon's aura. These guys are members of the Demon Society, and they want to deal with General Lin. I didn't expect the Demon Worship Society to infiltrate our Xiaojing Academy. Something has happened, please inform the instructor quickly. These people issued warnings to their mentors. All of a sudden, the whole academy was shaken, and the instructors received the news. They didn't even attend class, and rushed to the dungeon hall together. But when they arrived, they found that the copy was blocked. People outside can't get in, and people inside can't get out. In less than 2 minutes, almost half of the instructors in the school came to the dungeon hall. After all, it is about Lin Moyu and the Abyss Demon, and everyone is very important. Suddenly, one of the instructors laughed wildly. If everyone here dies, Xiaojing Academy will feel distressed. When people were stunned, he took out several magic stones and activated them violently. A huge enchantment appeared, covering the entire dungeon hall. The fire of the abyss was burning fiercely, and the phantom of the devil emerged from the flames. The hidden powerhouse in Xiaojing Academy woke up at the same time. Bold, you actually came to my Xiaojing Academy. Demon cubs, you are courting death. I don't even look at this place, since I'm here, don't even think about going back. Amidst the roar, the strong men rushed straight into the sky. At this time, an enchantment also appeared outside Xiaojing Academy, and the sky was burning with the fire of the abyss. The laughter of the Abyss Demon King resounded throughout the world. Similar scenes were not only staged in Xiaojing Academy. Throughout the Xinxia Empire, similar scenes appeared in many institutions of higher learning. The demon worshippers went crazy and started a full-scale counterattack. This is exactly what Meng Anwen expected. In the instance of Beast God Plateau, Lin Moyu has just entered the instance. The undead army pulls monsters as usual. Suddenly the whole dungeon shook, and the originally bright plateau suddenly darkened. A large amount of black gas grew, and dark green flames ignited in the air. The fire of the abyss? Lin Moyu recalled the undead army and saw that the sky had become a black and green sky. In the blink of an eye, the flames of the abyss have burned the entire dungeon. Why does the fire of the abyss appear in the dungeon? Could something happen in the palace of the dungeon? Lin Moyu thought in his heart. He wanted to leave the copy, but there was no reaction. The reason why it is safe to brush the copy in the dungeon hall is because there is a mechanism to escape. As long as there is danger to leave, even if it is hell difficulty, you can exit the instance at any time. But now, Lin Moyu found himself unable to leave the copy. The teleportation stone also failed. Now the only teleportation stone on his body that still works is the teleportation stone that can go to the abyss, only it has not failed. Lin Moyu understood that it was because the level of this teleportation stone was too high to be blocked. There was a grinning laugh in the air, and the flames of the abyss fell overwhelmingly, landing on the dungeon monster. The monsters have mutated one after another, and their levels are increasing rapidly. At the same time, a team appeared in the copy. Lin Moyu knew something was wrong when he saw them. These students who entered the dungeon came from different colleges. And each of them looked ferocious, with killing intent. Lin Moyu was very sensitive to murderous intent, and immediately realized that these people were here to kill him. After they entered the dungeon, they quickly moved to different positions. Everyone held a black magic stone in their hands and excited at the same time. 0. Lin Moyu glanced. There are 36 people, everyone seems to be particular about where they stand. Is this a formation? The magic stone was activated, and a large number of formation lines were instantly outlined. A huge formation was completely formed in almost 0.1 second. The fire of the abyss rose from the formation. Burn my body, sacrifice my soul, and summon the devil to descend. Burn my body, sacrifice my soul, and summon the devil to descend. Burn my body, sacrifice my soul, and summon the devil to descend. The 36 people shouted in unison, and everyone's face was full of madness. After each sound, the fire of the abyss became more violent. These people were burned to ashes in the flames, but no one complained of pain, and madness was written on everyone's face. The flames of the abyss soared into the sky, and the flames of the abyss above the dungeons were connected with each other. At this moment, the dungeon shook violently, and the breath of the abyss rapidly permeated. Not only the monsters in the dungeon are changing, but the environment is also changing. At this moment, the dungeon seemed to become an abyss world. Lin Moyu heard a roar. The roar came from the flames of the abyss in front of him, and a pair of huge eyes appeared in the flames. Lin Moyu immediately recognized the owner of the pair of eyes, an old friend, the Flame Demon King. Accompanied by the roar, the fire of the abyss became even crazier, as if it was going to burn the whole world. Lin Moyu fully understood that these guys are all members of the Demon Worship Association. They sealed the dungeon with abyss magic stones, sacrificed themselves, and summoned the Flame Demon King. This is to kill oneself completely. Thinking about it, they were fully prepared, and there was probably no one in the academy who could help them. He must face the Abyss Demon King alone. Lin Moyu's expression became extremely serious at this moment. This time I will try my best again. Fortunately, the Abyss teleportation stone was not blocked, and he still had a way out. In that case, let's see if I can kill the Demon King. Lin Moyu became excited, and the Domain God Stone was spinning rapidly because of the excitement, and the murderous aura was soaring. 5. The counterattack of the worshipping demon society is in full swing. It was as if he wanted to fight Bai Yuan to the death. They summoned demons from the abyss, and together with their own members, besieged the universities. Members of the Demon Worship Society appeared one after another in the mentor groups of various universities, which shows how powerful they have been infiltrating over time. The universities are not made of mud, and powerful existences emerge one after another. Top schools such as Shaojing Academy and Zhendan Academy, there are god-level powerhouses in the schools. And even if there are no god-level powerhouses in other schools, top powerhouses above level 85, and even false gods have appeared. The disturbance of the Demon Worship Association made the whole world see how powerful the Xinxia Empire is. It turns out that there are so many powerful people hidden in the empire. There are only about 10 god-level powerhouses who are usually on the bright side. But looking at it now, there are more than 20. Originally, other countries still held the mentality of watching the excitement, but now it is completely different. They start with fear, awe. Who knows if there is a powerful existence hidden deeper in the Xinxia Empire? Who knows if what they see in it is not superficial? Regarding the Xinxia Empire, no one can figure it out. In the dungeon, the Flame Demon King walked out of the flames of the abyss. Lin Moyu finally saw the real body of the Flame Demon King. It is a spherical demon monster, a huge ball with a diameter of more than 3 meters. A pair of eyes occupies more than 70% of the whole body, and the nose and mouth cannot be seen. The body is covered with tentacles, and some of them are particularly thick, which should be hands and feet. The whole body is braving raging flames, the temperature rises sharply wherever it goes, the earth is burned, and the space is also distorted and deformed. No wonder I only see one eye at ordinary times, so it looks like this. Lin Moyu had only seen the eyes of the Flame Demon King before. Unexpectedly, it looks so strange. The flame demon has no expression, its emotions can be seen from the burning flames. He, Lin Moyu. You won't be able to escape this time. The Flame Demon King let out a grinning laugh, as if Lin Moyu had already been settled. Lin Moyu also looked at the Flame Demon King and felt its breath. Faintly felt something was wrong. This is not the first time Lin Moyu has dealt with god-level powerhouses. Moreover, he had also killed the Demon King's clone, and had experienced the powerful aura of the Demon King. The Flame Demon King in front of him doesn't seem to be as powerful as he imagined. But he came in person, that's right, stronger than the clone of the Bull Demon King he had killed, but weaker than the real body of the Bull Demon King. In between. According to Bai Yuan, the barbarian Bull Demon King is the bottom existence among many Demon Kings. After thinking about it, Lin Moyu had the answer in his mind. You seem a little weak. Is it because the power of the sacrifice is not enough, or is it because you are suppressed by the dungeon rules? You tried your best to change the dungeon rules, but it seems that you haven't completely changed them. There are rules in the dungeon, and two powerful forces are not allowed to enter. The Flame Demon King used a special method to temporarily reverse the rules to allow it to enter, but it could not be completely changed. The rules still exist, and they are still suppressed in it. The Flame Demon King smiled. The sensor is really sharp, you can see it all. But so what, even if I can only display 1/10 of my strength, it is more than enough to kill you. Lin Moyu looked around, and under the effect of the fire of the abyss, a large number of monsters in the dungeon had mutated. It is stronger than before, and its vitality has also increased significantly. Several detection techniques popped up in succession without a sound. Mutated Plateau Wolf. Level, 52. Power, 50,000. Agility, 50,000. Spirit, 10,000. Physique, 40,000. Skills, Roar, Pounce. Characteristics, Dark Element damage reduced by 30%. The Plateau Wild Wolf has mutated, and its level has changed from 46 to 52. The attributes have been greatly improved, and the total attributes have reached 150,000. Normally, the difficulty of monsters in a large dungeon is comparable to that of hell dungeons of the same level, and their attributes are also similar. Level 52 dungeon monsters with hell difficulty, the total attribute is about 100,000, and the boss monster can exceed 200,000. Now the monsters here are soaked in the flames of the abyss, and after mutating, the total attributes have exceeded the normal level 52 hell difficulty copy monsters. Not only the Plateau Wolf, but also other monsters. According to this, my Mu is equivalent to the leader. The leader may be stronger than the world boss attribute. It just lacks some special attributes of the world boss. Seeing this, Lin Moyu made up his mind. He also knows how to deal with the Flame Demon King. The corner of the mouth slightly raised. If it is elsewhere, there is nothing wrong with your words. But now. The Flame Demon King was slightly taken aback. But what? Lin Moyu chuckled, and the wings of lightning opened with a bang, leading him to fly deep into the dungeon in an instant. He won't tell the Flame Demon King that there are monsters everywhere, and his weapons are everywhere. If you want to escape, dream. The Flame Demon King also chased after him with fierce flames. The speed of the Flame Demon King is not much slower than Lin Moyu, and this is in the dungeon. Lin Moyu has nowhere to escape. The Flame Demon King laughed loudly. Stop dreaming, you can't escape. Be obedient and let me kill you, I promise to burn you to ashes. While speaking, one after another death rays shot out. Lin Moyu kept changing directions in the air to dodge. In the past, it was absolutely impossible for him to avoid the death ray, but now, his attributes have increased greatly, his actual combat experience is rich, and the lightning wings have brought him amazing speed, which allows him to dodge the death ray attack. The Flame Demon King chased and killed Lin Moyu, laughing wildly. Don't waste your time, you can't escape. Escape? Lin Moyu didn't want to escape at all. In the blink of an eye, he had already flown over the number 3 plateau. Among plateaus 1 to 4, Plateau 4 is full of boss monsters, and monsters are relatively rare. Plateau number 3 has the most monsters. Lin Moyu was in flight, and the undead army had already dropped down silently. The skeletons began to pull monsters and gather them together. Lin Moyu thought very clearly that the two skills he could rely on to kill the flaming demon king. One is the corpse bursting, and the other is strengthening soldiers. After all, the opponent is the demon king, and he must be killed in one fell swoop, and he cannot be given a chance to react. Judging from his fighting with those god-level beings in the rotting corpse world, in the state of strong soldier, he can fight against the god-level beings for a while. Now the flame demon king, whose strength is being suppressed, is no match for those guys in the corpse world. Therefore, judging by various conditions, Lin Moyu felt that he had every chance to complete the feat of reversing the demon king. Part of the monsters on the number 3 plateau had already been gathered, a full third of them. For the rest, the monsters further away were still being pulled over. The time of Lightning Wing was running out. Lin Moyu slowed down so that the Flame Demon King could gradually approach him. Seeing this, the Flame Demon King laughed loudly. "Why, can't you fly? Based on your level, you are actually able to have flying skills, which is already very surprising to me. But how long can you fly? Skills always have a cooldown time." Lin Moyu remained silent. The skeleton berserker below made a move, silently killing several monsters in seconds. Lin Moyu also retracted his lightning wings at this time, and he quickly fell down. At the same time, Lin Moyu showed a little frightened on his face. It looks as if the skill time has reached the limit, and it fell out of desperation. The Flame Demon King had no doubts at all, and also chased after him, and at a faster speed. Almost the moment Lin Moyu landed, the Flame Demon King had already hit the ground. There was a loud bang, the earth exploded, and flames swept across the earth. The surrounding monsters were blown away, and even the corpse that Lin Moyu had prepared just now was blown away hundreds of meters. White light flashed on Lin Moyu's body, and the bone armor blocked a wave of flames, and then exploded with a bang. A large amount of damage flowed into the undead army from itself. The skeletons were injured one after another, and the Lich General quickly treated them. Even if the strength is suppressed, the Flame Demon King is still the Demon King, equivalent to a human god-level powerhouse, with extremely powerful attack power. The Flame Demon King laughed loudly. "You don't know what you're going to do when you're my king. Don't you just want to use the corpse to blow up the king? How could the king give you this chance?" Lin Moyu sighed softly in his heart. Sure enough, the Devil King is not a fool. But, in the books of the human race, the Demon King in the Abyss is known for his insidiousness and cunning. Lin Moyu thinks that not every devil is like this, but every devil should be not stupid. The Demon King is the ruler of the Abyss. If they are stupid, how can they manage their territory? So Lin Moyu has never underestimated any Demon King. When the Flame Demon King saw through his arrangement and sent the gathered monsters and corpses flying together, Lin Moyu was not surprised at all. On the contrary, it was still within his expectations. Skill, Curse of Aging. Skill, Soul Flame. Opening the bow left and right, the two skills are launched almost simultaneously. The red light flashed, and a small sword with shackles appeared above the head of the Flame Demon King. Immediately after the soul flame descended, the raging Flame Demon King let out a sharp scream. It once tasted the pain of the soul flame, and that pain is still fresh in its memory. Its hatred for Lin Moyu was also raised to the point of swearing to death at that time. But at that time Lin Moyu was not yet level 30, now Lin Moyu's attributes have been greatly improved, and his skill level has been greatly improved. The damage of the soul curse is even more terrifying, and the pain is also doubled. The Flame Demon King showed hatred in the screams, and the death ray burst violently, and the flames swept the earth at the same time. Now he is affected by the curse, and his movements are much slower. Lin Moyu had already dodged aside when the death ray was first launched. The death ray shot past him, the skeleton armor shattered again, and the undead army was also injured at the same time. Lin Moyu counterattacked simultaneously. And the soul flames fell on the flame demon king one after another. It made it scream. Even the abyss demon king cannot completely avoid the influence of the curse. It's just that it has the ability to break the curse, and it takes a little time. The time is very short, at most half a second can be wiped out with a curse. Lin Moyu should delay as much as possible, so that the curse will last a little longer, even if it is only a fat second. The soul flame played this role, so that the flame demon king had no time to care about it and erase the curse. The flame demon king went crazy, and thousands of compound eyes appeared on his body. Lin Moyu's heart was trembling when he looked at it closely, it was very penetrating. Death rays shot out from each eye, overwhelming the sky. I go. There is no way to avoid it, we can only carry it hard. The bone armor has long been broken into slag, and there is no time to replenish it. Lin Moyu used his soul flame with all his strength when dodging, so as not to let the flame demon king have a chance to wipe out the curse, and he no longer cared about the bone armor. Hey, you really have become stronger. But how long can you last? Don't you humans have a cat and mouse story? I think it's quite similar now. The flaming demon king clicked his tongue and laughed, attacking non-stop. Lin Moyu kept dodging under the attack of the death ray, looking a little embarrassed. Fortunately, it is now level 48, which is much stronger than when I met the flame demon king last time. During the trip to the ancestral land, the physique increased greatly, and the defense power also increased greatly. At this time, he was already level 48. His physique was as high as 87616, and he had 28 undead legions. The total number of skeletons has reached 23,520, plus the 840 spare skeletons in the summoning space, and 28 lich generals with super strong physique and vitality. With such attributes, Lin Moyu is much tougher than before. As long as it is not hit by the main eye of the flame demon king for a long time, it can survive. While dodging, his plan was already in place. Thousands of skeleton berserkers climbed up from the bottom of the canyon, all of them carrying a corpse in their hands. The monsters at the bottom of the canyon have been cleaned up by the undead army. On the surface, Lin Moyu is only pulling monsters on the number 3 plateau, but in fact, a large number of undead legions have secretly entered the bottom of the canyon to clear monsters and create corpses. At the same time, many monsters on the number 3 plateau have been cleaned up, and the ground is full of corpses. There are also number 2 plateau and number 1 plateau, and there are also undead legions active. They kill monsters and bring corpses over. Start. The body was finally in place. Lin Moyu suddenly changed his position and approached the flame demon king. General Lich suddenly appeared in front of him, and as soon as he appeared, he rushed towards the flaming demon king like a madman. When General Lich was rushing forward, the skills in his hands were non-stop, constantly healing himself and the undead army. General Lich has the strongest physique among all summoned objects, and his physique has exceeded 460,000 after the addition. It is harder to kill them than to kill Lin Mo. The flame demon king tisk laughed, thinking that Lin Moyu could hardly hold on anymore. Using the summoned object as a meat shield, how long can it last? The death rays strafed frantically, hitting the huge Lich General. The existence of Lin Moyu and the Lich General attracted the attention of the flame demon king. It didn't notice that there were skeleton berserkers approaching behind them, and they were still holding monster corpses in their hands. The corpse was thrown over without a sound. The flame in Lin Moyu's hand suddenly stopped, and her skills changed. Skill, corpse burst. Boom! The explosion sent the flames flying, and the flame demon king let out a muffled groan. Although only the corpse of a level 52 monster was detonated, it could still cause damage to it with the addition of curses and skills. The densely packed corpses were thrown over and exploded, and 10 warehouses hung 10 times. Skeleton Archmage and Skeleton Marksman appeared densely, attacking instantly. Throwing corpses is the job of skeleton berserkers. Attacking is the job of archmages and marksmen. Brilliant light erupted from the Flame Demon King, and the elements exploded violently. Neither elemental explosions nor sharp arrows can penetrate its body. The flames burning all over its body are natural armor, which blocks sharp arrow attacks. This level of attack is too weak for a devil-level existence. Only when the corpse exploded could he suffer a little damage, but only a little bit. The devil's defense is too strong, so strong that it is terrifying. Weak, too weak. I was too careful before, it turns out your skills are nothing more than this. The Flame Demon King couldn't stop laughing wildly, it realized that it had been too careful before. After all, Lin Moyu is just a little guy less than level 50. In the eyes of a demon king as high as level 90, farts are nothing. Apart from a little pain, the soul flame didn't do much harm. The horrible-looking corpse exploded, and the damage was nothing more than that, at most it could only cause some skin trauma. The attacks of the skeletons couldn't even break through its defenses. The Lich General can only be used as a meat shield. So you are so weak. Besides making this king hurt a bit, it's basically a piece of trash. Even if you have so many summons, they still can't save you. Tremble, death is getting closer to you. The Flame Demon King yelled frantically. More violent flames rose from its body, linking the abyssal flames, densely covering the entire dungeon. The fire of the abyss began to explode, providing it with stronger power. The attack has become stronger, and the defense has weakened. After discovering that Lin Moyu's attack was not strong, it gave up part of its defense and started to attack with all its strength. Lin Moyu could clearly feel that General Lich had suffered more damage. If this continues, General Lich won't last 10 seconds. But its plans have come true. The explosions before were all stale corpses, so naturally there was not much damage. This is indeed the case for the skeleton archmage and marksman. After all, they are only level 48, and no matter how strong their attributes are, their damage is limited. It is also expected that the defense cannot be broken. At this time, the lore must be implemented. There is only one chance, and you must go all out to kill the Flame Demon King completely. On the back of the hand, the beginning rune appeared. A beam of light shoots out and falls on all summoned objects. Strong Soldier, the skill is activated suddenly. Strong Soldiers, within 30 seconds, all basic attributes of self and summoned objects will be increased by 200%, and the damage caused by all attacks will be increased by an additional 500%. 1 hour cooldown. At this moment, the skeletons began to erupt. The 4-dimensional attribute of the skeleton berserker is 190,000 after the talent bonus, and it is increased to 570,000 in the strong soldier state. Coupled with the 40% increase of Lich General, the 4-dimensional attributes instantly reached 798,000, close to 800,000. The spiritual attribute of the skeleton master is as high as 2.3 million, and the attribute of the sharpshooter has also skyrocketed. In addition to the skyrocketing attributes, all damage increases by 500%. Overall, the increase is more than 10 times. General Lich's defense has also risen sharply, with a physique of nearly 1.4 million, the defense is extremely powerful. Some of the damage just received was also healed almost in the blink of an eye. Another corpse was thrown over, more than hundreds of fresh corpses. Start lore. The green light exploded, like a star exploding, gorgeous and dazzling. Toxic Starburst. Lin Moyu's lore started with a poisonous starburst. Level 48 Poisonous Starburst, after talent amplitude, has 24,000 damage per second. Now add the 500% damage of Strength Soldier skill. Deals damage equal to 144,000 strength per second. Although 140,000 power damage is nothing to the Flame Demon King, what Lin Moyu values is another characteristic of the Poisonous Starburst. In the poison state, self-healing ability will be curbed. This is the characteristic of the poison-type skill. The Devil's recovery ability is very strong, which may affect his lore action. First of all, the first step is to destroy its recovery ability. At this time, the corpse was in place and had already flown into the sky. The Flame Demon King was still laughing wildly. I didn't expect you to have poison skills, it's useless, with such a little attack power, you can't hurt me at all. Can it really hurt? At this time, Lin Moyu opened his bow left and right, detonating the corpse, fresh corpse. There was a loud roar, instantly drowning out the voice of the Flame Demon King. The skeleton archmage and skeleton marksman really did their best this time. The defense of the Flame Demon King was smashed almost instantly. In the next second, the screams of the Flame Demon King resounded. The skeleton berserker rushed over like lightning. The four-dimensional balance of the skeleton berserker has as many victories as there are strengths. The agility attribute, which is also close to 800,000, endows the skeleton berserker with lightning speed. Almost in the blink of an eye, the skeleton warrior had already rushed in front of the Flaming Demon King. The axe was filled with red light, and the skills blasted out. Frenzied Bombardment, Level 1, causes 500% damage to the target, cooldown time is 10 minutes. 800,000 strength attributes, how does it feel to increase by 6 times? The axe chops down with nearly 4.8 million points of power. The Flame Demon King's defense was torn apart like a piece of paper, and black blood splashed in the air with raging flames. The scream was an octave higher again, extremely sharp. The skeleton berserker is the real killer and Lin Moyu's strongest attack. Far beyond the elemental explosion of the skeleton archmage, and the surefire arrow of the sharpshooter. Burst of corpses, explosion of elements, sharp arrows of sharpshooters, violent bombardment of skeleton berserkers. 4 in 1, in an instant, it severely injured the Flame Demon King. Amidst the screams, the Flame Demon King frantically wanted to escape, and roared, "Lin Moyu, how dare you trick me?" It didn't realize until now that it was installed by Lin Moyu before. It is playing the pig, and now it is going to eat the tiger. The Flame Demon King wanted to take off, but found that the Lich General who ran up to him at first was holding on to his tentacles firmly, refusing to let him go at all. Not only them, the skeleton berserker also put his bone palm into his wound, grabbing himself tightly. The Flame Demon King struggled crazily, and all the terrifying flames erupted, burning crazily on the Lich General and the skeleton berserker. The power of the raging Flame Demon King is extremely terrifying. With all its strength, it even dragged the skeleton berserker and the General Lich into the air. At this time, Lin Moyu's palm flashed with fire. The soul flame comes down with a 500% damage bonus. The screams resounded through the sky again, just as it was about to take off and crashed. The Flaming Demon King almost fainted from the pain. It hurts, so fucking painful. The unprecedented severe pain made it lose the ability to think. For a while, the soul brain went blank. It took half a second to react, and it yelled frantically, "What kind of skill is this? Why is it so painful?" There was fear in the voice. It is the first time that it realizes that it should not come to Lin Moyu. This guy Lin Moyu is not human at all, but a monster. How can anyone who is less than level 50 beat himself, the devil, like this? The Flame Demon King was about to cry, he felt that he might die here. Lin Moyu's attack continues. The time is only 30 seconds, not much. 10 seconds have now passed. Although the Flame Demon King was severely injured, Lin Moyu knew that it was not enough to kill it. The Flame Demon King struggled frantically, and more eyes grew all over his body. And the eyes became different, becoming flattened one after another, as if they were squinting. Immediately afterwards, rays of light swept out like sharp swords. Skill, Death Cut. No longer a death ray. It looks similar, but the effect is completely different. The death ray has a powerful impact and contains explosive energy. But the death cutting line is flatter and extremely sharp. The terrifying cutting force hit the skeleton berserker. The terrifying power actually split the skeleton berserker into two. The skeleton berserker died, and the full connection talent became invalid again. Then the death ray cut on General Lich. Perhaps it was because General Lich's physique was too strong, and the death ray was not cut by General Lich. But General Lich was also blown away by the huge impact. Lin Moyu's eyes shrunk. Why did his talent fail again? Why was the death ray fine before, but it's not the same after changing the skill? Is it because of the talent of the Flame Demon King? Or something else? Lin Moyu didn't understand for a while. Go to hell. Amidst the roar, the Flame Demon King controlled the death cut and swept towards Lin Moyu. Because of the example of the skeleton berserker, Lin Moyu didn't dare to pick it up with his body. In case the talent fails, there is no place to cry when he dies. Quickly backed away, and at the same time another skeleton warrior rushed forward defying life and death. We have reached this point, we must not give up halfway. In the remaining less than 20 seconds, if he couldn't kill the Flaming Demon King, he would probably be the one who died. Up to now, we can only advance, but not retreat. If you advance, you still have hope of life, but if you retreat, you will surely die. Moreover, Lin Moyu believes that the skill of Flame Demon King cannot be used without limit. Otherwise, why not use it in the first place? Under the sweeping of death-cutting skills, a large number of skeleton berserkers were cut into pieces and died on the spot. But there were more skeleton berserkers rushing up from behind. It still didn't kill as many as it rushed up. The skeleton warrior who rushed forward stared at the axe. Unleash your strongest blow first, and then pull it, not letting it go. The Flame Demon King yelled loudly, and the death ray kept sweeping away. Batch after batch of skeleton berserkers died. Lin Moyu also threw out the spare skeleton berserkers in the summoning space to join the undead army. The skeleton archmage and skeleton marksman also spread out quickly when attacking, preventing the Flame Demon King from having any new skills. In just 5 or 6 seconds, the Flaming Demon King had thousands of compound eyes and a pair of dominant eyes, firing tens of thousands of death-cutting rays. At least more than 3,000 skeleton berserkers were killed. In exchange, the Flame Demon King was injured more seriously. The entire ball-like body has been crushed and collapsed, like a balloon with no air. The flames on his body were no longer so surging, and he felt a little dying. Lin Moyu continued to add insult to injury without stopping. Another batch of fresh corpses arrived and immediately became Lin Moyu's weapon. The boom sounded again. When there were 10 seconds left in the Strength Soldier's skill, there was a loud bang. The Flame Demon King exploded. The fire that exploded almost spread to the entire number 3 plateau. The flames of the abyss in the air fell down like raindrops, and the entire dungeon rained fire. Instead of relaxing, Lin Moyu became vigilant. He did not receive the information that the Flame Demon King was killed, which meant that the Flame Demon King was not dead yet. In the flames, he saw a thin shadow, a thin demon. The original Flame Demon King was, is it good, spherical, with a diameter of more than 5 meters. But now, he was just a thin devil, less than 1 meter tall. Lin Moyu instinctively used detection to look over. Dwarf Fire Demon, Devil King level. Level, 90. Lin Moyu immediately understood that this was the real body of the Flame Demon King. It turned out that the real body of the Flame Demon King turned out to be the Dwarf Fire Demon. And the Dwarf Fire Demon is just a very low and weak race in the Abyss. Among the demons in the Abyss, they belonged to the bottom, and their status was only a little higher than those without wisdom. In the Abyss, the weak prey on the strong, and the only reason for their low status is because of their weak strength. Unexpectedly, the Flame Demon King turned out to be the Demon King that the Dwarf Fire Demon became. I don't know what kind of great opportunity one got. Lin Moyu immediately wanted to understand that even if he became a Demon King like the Flame Demon King, he was still the weakest member among many Demon Kings. If people find out that his real body is the Dwarf Fire Demon again, he will probably be caught by a more powerful Demon King and asked what opportunity he has obtained. After all, The chance for the dwarf fire demon to become the Devil King must be extremely powerful. I fight with you. After being beaten out of his real body, the Flame Demon King rushed towards Lin Moyu like lightning. The Flame Demon King rushed over like crazy. Although it is thin and small, Lin Moyu dare not be careless at all. After all, this is the real body of the Demon King, and it is impossible to say that he is not powerful. General Lich stood in front of him instantly, and then a large number of skeleton archmages and skeleton marksmen surrounded Lin Moyu in a circle. At the same time, the corpse was thrown on top of his head and detonated. Amidst the roar, the real body of the Flame Demon King was blown away. Only then did Lin Moyu realize that its strength was not as good as before. When the outer shell was broken, the Flame Demon King had lost the strength he should have as a Demon King. The soul flame flickered again, and the real body of the Flame Demon kept screaming. It stretched out its hands and sprayed out black flames. At the same time, the flames of the abyss in the air were aroused, and large pieces of fire rained down like meteors. Lin Moyu was expressionless. Don't struggle anymore. The skeleton berserker ignored the flames and rushed to the Flame Demon King. His axe fell with a red light. Swipe and swipe. The hands and feet of the Flaming Demon King were cut off at the same time, and then a pair of small wings on the back were also cut off. The Flame Demon King fell to the ground screaming, completely losing the ability to struggle. Lin Moyu said, "When you came here, when your strength was suppressed, your death was already doomed." The Flame Demon King continued to shout, "I don't believe it, why are you so powerful even though you are clearly not even level 50? Lin Moyu shook his head, "I don't need to explain to you, now I'll send you off for the last time." Don't kill me." The Flame Demon King yelled frantically. Don't kill me. In exchange, I can tell you the secret that I can become the Devil King at 800. If you let me go, I will never be your enemy again." The Flame Demon King screamed. "It wants to live, it is the devil, it has the supreme power in the abyss. It can enjoy the best life, it can call the wind and rain in the abyss." Lin Moyu shook his head, "I won't make a deal with the devil." The skeleton berserker had already raised his axe. From the beginning to the end, Lin Moyu was far away, never getting closer. And there is an army of undead in front of him to protect him, so he is afraid that if the Flame Demon King comes to explode or something. He didn't want to be on his own head when the boat capsized in the gutter. The Flame Demon King saw Lin Moyu's determination to kill himself from Lin Moyu's cold tone and from the actions of the skeleton berserker. It roared wildly again, "I curse you with the soul of the Devil King, I curse you that you will never be able to upgrade, I curse your skills to be sealed, I curse your vitality and blood decay, I curse you." With its words, the sky resounded with thunder. Curses broke through time and space and fell on Lin Moyu. Every time a curse falls, the aura of the Flaming Demon King will decline a little. It is sacrificing souls, casting vicious curses with its own souls. Curses descended one after another, and Lin Moyu was shrouded in scarlet and dim light. But Lin Moyu didn't feel it at all. Skills have not been sealed, chi and blood have not retreated, and attributes have not changed in the slightest. Lin Moyu immediately understood that his passive skills were immune to status. Immune to all states, the curse is just a state, and it is also immune. The Flame Demon King is still casting its curse, sacrificing souls. Little did he realize that its curse had done nothing for Lin Moyu. More than a dozen curses in a row made its soul weak to the extreme. "You are finished," the curse cast by this king with a god-level soul, "unless there is a super god, no one can lift it for you. Although this king cannot kill you, he will completely destroy you. In your future life, you will definitely remember this king's gift." The Flame Demon King laughed wildly. If these dozen or so curses continue, even if Lin Moyu is not dead, he will become a disabled person. At this moment, the skeleton stepped aside, and Lin Moyu, covered in cursed light, walked in front of it. "Your curse has no effect on me." Lin Moyu killed the devil and killed his heart. He didn't need to do this, but he did it. One sentence made the Flame Demon King fall into hell. Invalid. Impossible, this is impossible. The Flame Demon King yelled wildly on the ground. Lin Moyu's breath is indeed intact. The light of the curse was flickering, covering Lin Moyu, but it had no effect on Lin Moyu. The Flaming Demon King is not only desperate, but also desperate. With blank eyes, he muttered to himself, impossible, this is impossible. The goal has been achieved, Lin Moyu sneered, you should go. Strong soldier, there is a last deduction of 1 second left in the skill. The skeleton berserker swung his axe and smashed it down on the head. Kill the Flame Demon King, experience factory. Kill the Flame Demon King, General Star, +1. Lin Moyu was taken aback by the experience gained. A full 90 billion experiences. If it is converted into a level 50 Hell Dungeon monster, it is equivalent to 45,000. The experience has suddenly increased by 50%. It is almost equal to the sum of the experience gained from brushing the Beast God Plateau copy once. Lin Moyu thought, if he kills a few Abyss Demon Kings, will he be able to upgrade directly? Although it is just whimsical, it is quite exciting to think about it. He knew very well that this time it was just luck. When the Flame Demon King came here, his strength was suppressed, less than 1/5 of the usual level. But even so, he still killed very hard. If he really got outside, he could only be killed. After all, I am only level 48, so how can I compete with the devil? Unless there is another Demon King who comes to kill him in the dungeon, and it still needs to be of the same strength as the Flame Demon King. If a stronger Demon King came, even if his strength was suppressed, he would probably be the one who died. In addition to experience, there are general stars. The sergeant's insignia glowed brilliantly. A second star appeared. After becoming a star general, wanting to rise to another star is no longer as simple as military merit. Need to kill the Demon King of the Abyss Demon or the Dragon King of the Dragon Clan. To change from 1-star God General to 2-star God General, one needs to kill a Demon King or Dragon King. If you want to become a 3-star General, you need to kill 2 more. The 4-star gods will kill 4 more. 5-star generals need to kill 8 more. The further you get to the back, the harder it is to get a star. At that time, Bai Yuan imprinted Lin Moyu's soul and lowered his star level. It is equivalent to losing the military merit of a Demon King, and he made up for it by killing a Dragon King later. Now if Lin Moyu wants to change from a 2-star god to a 3-star god, need to kill 2 more Demon Kings or Dragon Kings, the difficulty can be imagined. After the Flame Demon King was killed, the flames of the abyss were gradually extinguished. However, the seal of the dungeon has not been lifted, and it will take some time. I don't know what's going on outside. Lin Moyu muttered, and began to summon skeletons to replenish the undead army. In this battle, almost 4,000 skeleton berserkers were lost, and it would take more than an hour to replenish them. And, strength soldiers' skills are also cooling down. If there is a big battle outside, the strong soldier skill will be his greatest reliance. In the abyss world, it suddenly rained fire everywhere. The flames of the abyss in the air fell one after another, hitting the ground in large pieces. The demons in the abyss were stunned. A demon exclaimed, "Abyss fire rain, a Demon King has fallen." The fire rain is mainly concentrated in the territory of the Flame Demon King, and the Flame Demon King has fallen. What happened? How did the Flame Demon King fall? Is the human race coming to attack? In the domain of the succubus stands on the terrace of the palace. It gazes into the distance through time and space. The abyss of fire is also raining down on its territory, but it's not as big. Didn't the Flame Demon King go to find Lin Moyu? Why was he killed? Who did he meet? Bai Yuan or Mang Anwen? It really deserves it. Is the world of the human race so easy to go? If you really go there, you deserve to be killed. In the past few days, the Demon Worship Society has suffered heavy losses, and all the years of hard work have been wasted. There was no trace of anger on the Succubus King's face. Even though there are a large number of its people in the Demon Worship Association, to it, these people are just its lackeys. It will not be angry when its lackey is killed. If one batch dies, then make another batch for fun. It stretched itself, just about to walk back to its own palace. Suddenly a voice sounded, "Succubus King, come to my palace." The Succubus King's expression changed instantly, and then he said respectfully, "I obey, your majesty the great Demon King." Xiaojing Academy still smells of blood. It's been a while since the war ended. In the battle, the students turned into fearless fighters and fought against the demons that rushed out. A traitor appeared in the mentor team and became a follower of the devil. The school was covered with an enchantment from the abyss, and the dungeon hall was shrouded. There are also mentors who attack, kill the students, use their lives as sacrifices, and summon demons from the abyss world. There are also members of the Demon Worship Association rushing in from outside the academy, sacrificing themselves, and summoning powerful demons. A demon king was summoned. It's a pity that this demon king didn't figure out the status. This is Xiaojing Academy, the top academy in the human race. Here, in addition to the students and mentors, there are also the reclusive powerhouses of the past. The Demon King who came over was surrounded by 3 god-level powerhouses before he had time to show his might. It was dumbfounded immediately, desperately trying to escape. 1 on 3, you can't beat it. In the end, after paying a considerable price, it fled back to the abyss world. The mentor in the dungeon hall was also killed in the end. During the battle, Xiaojing Academy suffered some damage, and some students were killed or injured, but the casualties were not high. Some instructors even think that it is not a bad thing for students to experience such a battle. Professionals, in addition to playing dungeons to upgrade, do need to go through such training. The performance of many students was seen by the instructors and was not satisfactory. This generation of students lives too comfortably. Just playing dungeons is not enough, we need to let them go to the battlefield and experience blood-killing training. It just so happens that the Dragon Clan is back, and the Dragon Clan is ready to move, and there will be no less battles in the future. Let's arrange more battlefield trial tasks and let the students go to the battlefield to practice hard. The high-level members of the college began to discuss. This time the Devil's Raid made them see the shortcomings in the college. It's not that if you study well, have a high level, and can play dungeons, you are a qualified professional. The real meaning of professional existence is to deal with the abyssal demons and the dragons who just came back. Lin Moyu appeared in the dungeon hall, and the seal of the dungeon was finally lifted. In the dungeon hall, there are still traces of battle. The smell of blood can be smelled in the nose. Some students were cleaning the battlefield. When they saw Lin Moyu, they all stood up and stared blankly. They looked at Lin Moyu with weird eyes. If 1 or 2 is fine, but if all of them are like this, then something is wrong. Lin Moyu asked, "Did the devil come just now?" The student who was questioned immediately saluted Lin Moyu. "If you go back to Lin Moyu, the battle has just ended." Lin Moyu nodded. "Don't be nervous, tell me about the situation just now." Lin Moyu exuded an invisible power, which restrained the student. The practitioner stammered and told what happened just now. The battles took place in the academy and the dungeon hall, respectively. A group of students were injured and a few died, but the impact was not great. The demons did not calculate the strength of the students accurately, and they made some mistakes. To Lin Moyu's surprise, there are several hidden top-notch talents among the tutors. They had the effect of calming the sea and quickly eliminated the demon. There are hidden dragons and crouching tigers in Xiaojing Academy, it is absolutely not a lie. Once upon a time, there was an unknown tutor in Xiaojing Academy, who suddenly burst into divine light during a class one day. One step into the god level, and the instructor was not in a hurry, and did not start to transform until the end of the class. This incident is recorded in history and well documented. It seems that the demons of the abyss underestimated the strength of the academy. I didn't expect that there were 3 god-level powerhouses hidden in the school, it's amazing. Lin Moyu learned about the situation and left the dungeon hall. After Lin Moyu left, the practitioner suddenly sat down on the ground. The breath of General Lin Shen is terrifying. Someone came over cautiously and helped him up. How do I feel? Lin Shenjiang is stronger than before. It's not that the strength is stronger, but the breath is different. Those people passed into the dungeon just now, and I don't know what happened in it. The dungeon was sealed just now, and the instructors were helpless, but the instructors all said that Lin Shen will be fine. Everyone in the dungeon hall talked a lot, but they couldn't explain the changes that happened to Lin Moyu at all. Lin Moyu's breath has indeed changed, which is a natural change after the battle with the devil. His body has been contaminated with the breath of the devil, which is a unique but inexplicable breath. If an experienced strongman sees Lin Moyu, he can recognize that Lin Moyu has slaughtered the devil. When I came to the academy, the atmosphere after the war was also permeated in the academy. Lin Moyu felt the remnants of the Demon King's power in the breath, as well as the traces of power left by the God-level powerhouse. Both the Devil King and the God-level powerhouse are very powerful, and their traces will not disappear for a long time. The devil fled in defeat, and Xiaojing Academy did not suffer much trauma. It's just that some buildings are damaged, and it won't be too much trouble to fix it. Compared to the desolation in the dungeon hall, the academy is very lively now. A large number of students gathered in the academy, talking about the war that just happened. The instructors maintained order and comforted the students. The appearance of Lin Moyu immediately attracted the attention of the students. Most of the trainees know Lin Moyu and know his identity. When they saw him, they all cast respectful eyes. Purely in terms of status, only a few god-level existences in the academy can be equal to him. Even if the dean came, he would be inferior to him in terms of pure status. This is the rule of the human race, giving soldiers the greatest respect. Lin Moyu looked for people among the students, looking for Xia Shui, Feng Xiao, Sui Mei and Xu Han. But after looking around, I couldn't find it. I sent them a message through the communicator, but there was no response. It's like it's gone. They should be fine. Lin Moyu had a bad premonition in his heart, and suddenly he saw an acquaintance. Director Chiao of the Academic Affairs Office. Lin Moyu walked over and greeted Director Chiao. Director Chiao was talking to several mentors. When he heard Lin Moyu's voice, he immediately stood up. Shen Lin brought you out. He knew that Lin Moyu was sealed in the dungeon, and after the war broke out, he couldn't take care of it. Fortunately, Lin Moyu was fine. Suddenly his eyes narrowed and his expression changed drastically. He stared at the sergeant's badge on Lin Moyu's shoulder without blinking. He couldn't be more clear about the meaning of the two-star general. This is a big deal, even Lin Moyu. He actually slaughtered the Demon King. He stammered slightly, Lin. General Lin, did you kill the Demon King? Lin Moyu nodded, return the day. General Lin, which Demon King are you slaughtering? Director Chiao said with difficulty, swallowing his saliva. His words attracted the attention of many people and there was an uproar. Lin Moyu actually slaughtered a Demon King. He is only level 48, no matter how powerful he is, it is impossible to kill the Demon King. The Devil King is not made of mud, even if he is facing a god-level powerhouse, it will be difficult to stop him if he wants to escape. The previous battle in the academy was like this. The 3 god-level powerhouses in the academy failed to stop a Demon King, and finally let him escape. Unless that Demon King really can't think about it and wants to die. But the facts were before his eyes, and the second-star general was not a fake. Is there any reason for this? Under the eyes of everyone, Lin Moyu said softly, the Flame Demon King. Hiss. Hearing the words Raging Flame Demon King, everyone gasped. It is not to say how powerful the Flame Demon King is. Among the many Demon Kings in the Abyss, the strength of the Flame Demon King belongs to the bottom. However, the skills of the Raging Flame Demon King are a bit perverted, and it is invincible against professionals with a lower level than it. The information about the Flaming Demon King in the school is very complete, and all the instructors present know it well. Director Chiu murmured, I didn't expect it to be it, it's death-cutting skill, are you okay? Director Chiao suddenly realized that he asked a very stupid question. If there is something wrong, can Lin Moyu still stand here? Lin Moyu said, thank you, Director Chiao, for your concern. I'm fine. Director Chiao, I want to ask, where are my friends? I'm a little worried. Lin Moyu reported the names of Xia Shui and the others. It's them, they're fine. Hearing these names, Director Chiao replied without the slightest hesitation, Xia Shui and Zhou Mei were taken away by Dean Xia Bojian, and they didn't say what happened specifically. As for Feng Xiao, he asked for leave a few days ago and went back to the family, not in the academy. No wonder. Lin Moyu felt relieved. Since it's not in the academy, it shouldn't matter. At this time, the space in the air was distorted, and a giant tower floated in the air. The god Shada came in person 3. Bai Yuan appeared in front of Lin Moyu as if teleported. After seeing that Lin Moyu was safe and sound, he was relieved. As long as you're fine. Bai Yuan patted Lin Moyu's shoulder, and suddenly he froze. In his hand, the 2 stars on the sergeant's badge are a bit eye-catching. Bai Yuan's slightly nervous expression just now became very strange. Did you kill the Demon King? Lin Moyu hummed, the Flame Demon King entered the dungeon to chase me down, but I ended up killing me instead. Bai Yuan was very knowledgeable, so he understood the reason immediately, and laughed loudly, a good kill, a beautiful kill. That guy, his strength is not very good, his temper is not small, he deserves to die. Bai Yuan laughed loudly, looking very happy. He slapped Lin Moyu's shoulder hard, making a bang, as if he was about to break Lin Moyu's shoulder. Okay. Kind of. This word fell in everyone's ears, and everyone knew what happened. Becoming a god general is already a very remarkable existence, almost the dream of all soldiers. But to become a 2-star general, this is something that only a true god-level powerhouse can do. It is almost common sense that only god-level powerhouses can kill the devil. But Lin Moyu broke this common sense and achieved a miracle. They looked at Lin Moyu's eyes full of respect, as if they were looking at a god-man. Lin Moyu said softly, Teacher, don't shoot anymore, if you shoot again, it will fall apart. Bai Yuan smiled lightly before stopping, Go, teacher will take you to kill someone. After the words fell, Bai Yuan rushed into Xinxia Tower with Lin Moyu. Xinxia seemed to teleport, disappearing from everyone's eyes in an instant. The matter of worshipping the devil has not been completely resolved. The bulk has been dealt with, and there is still finishing work to be done. In the Xinxia Tower, Bai Yuan and Lin Moyu talked about cleaning up the Demon Worship Association these days. The penetration of the Demon Worship Society exceeded expectations. Over the years, the Demon Worship Society has penetrated into every aspect of the entire empire. So it is more troublesome to clean up. Bai Yuan had some evidence in his hands, but this time it was more because of the crazy counterattack of the Demon Worship Society, which attracted a large number of people. The Demon Worship Society acted like this, but it revealed more. No one would have imagined that there would be 3 god-level powerhouses in the Demon Worship Association. Bai Yuan has fought all 3 of them in the past few days. The strongest one has reached level 93, and the other 2 are also level 91. After a fight, Bai Yuan couldn't keep them. They fled quickly and escaped from the territory of the empire. Lin Moyu also recounted what happened to him in the dungeon. Meng Anwen said, although the strength of the Flame Demon King is limited because he forcibly entered the dungeon. But the Devil King is a Devil King after all, and it cannot be compared with other professionals. Bai Yuan also smiled and said, I was taken aback when I first saw it. I didn't expect Xiaoyu's fighting power to reach this level. Lin Moyu said, I was lucky this time, if the Flame Demon King was more careful, I might be the one who died. The strong soldier skill only lasts 30 seconds. If Lin Moyu makes the Flame Demon King relax his vigilance, once he makes it last for 30 seconds, he must be the one who dies. In the final analysis, I am still much inferior to the level of the devil. Lin Moyu will not underestimate himself, and he will never be 100 days. Meng Anwen appreciates Lin Moyu's point, neither proud nor complacent, nor belittling oneself, it's good. Perhaps after you complete 3 turns at level 70, you can truly possess god-level combat power. Meng Anwen never talks nonsense. Bai Yuan let out a tut-tisk sound, my dear boy. At level 70 you can have god-level combat power, you are indeed my disciple of Bai Yuan. Meng Anwen yelled at Bai Yuan, that's Xiao Yu's self-importance, and it has nothing to do with you. Bai Yuan snorted, who said that, if I hadn't taught him carefully, Xiao Yu would not be so powerful. There is really no one with a thick skin like yours. The two of you come and go, fighting each other. This kind of scene is common to Lin Moyu, so he can only let them go. For the next 2 days, Gua Anwen and Bai Yuan took Lin Moyu around, carry out a major cleansing of the remnants of the Demon Worship Association. Groups of people who were hiding in the depths were picked out by Bai Yuan. Some were caught without a fight, and some resisted desperately. Bai Yuan handed over to Lin Moyu to deal with all the little characters below level 70. According to Bai Yuan's words, the sword in the hands of a real strong man has 2 sides. On the one hand, the human race. Face inward and kill the traitor. Lin Moyu agrees with this very much, and he has no mercy in killing people. The entire cleansing against the Demon Worship Association, which lasted for half a month, finally came to an end. The brief chaos ended, and the empire quickly got back on track. The Baishan courtyard, which had been quiet for half a month, once again smelled the fragrance of tea. Lin Moyu made tea for Meng Anwen and Bai Yuan, teacher, the Demon Worship Society in the empire should be almost wiped out. Bai Yuan nodded, 9 out of 10, the rest is not enough. Meng Anwen also said, at the price of half a month of chaos, in exchange for decades of stability in the future, it is worth it. Bai Yuan drank the hot tea in his hand, let out a long breath, the breath lingered in the air like a sharp sword for a long time. This time, the Demon Worship Society in the Xinxia Empire was considered a loss. It is difficult to make waves in the near future. Meng Anwen and Bai Yuan's methods were extremely violent, they either didn't do it, or did it to the end. Lin Moyu asked, what about other countries? Meng Anwen chuckled, let people from other countries worry about it themselves, even though those forces are brain-dead, they still have smart people. The previous activity center of the Demon Worship Association was in the Xinxia Empire, so those forces are just watching for fun. Now it's their turn to have a headache. 9 out of 10 of the Demon Worship Association forces in the Xinxia Empire have been wiped out, so in the next few decades, the Demon Worship Association's activity center will definitely be transferred to various foreign forces. Lin Moyu is clear that the forces abroad are not as united as the Xinxia Empire. They act independently, like loose sand. Once the Demon Worship Society exerts its strength in their place, their life will not be easy. Meng Anwen continued, if you really want to completely eradicate the Demon Worship Society, there needs to be an absolutely strong person in the human race. Meng Anwen once said this. Half-step super god is not enough, a real super god level powerhouse is needed. After half a month of killing, Lin Moyu has matured a lot without knowing it. The accumulated murderous aura was sent into the Domain God Stone, and the Domain God Stone became darker and darker. The murderous aura kept rolling in the divine stone of the domain. In the center of the pitch-black murderous aura, there seemed to be a drop of frighteningly black matter being formed. Half a month later, less than half a day after Lin Moyu returned to Baishan Courtyard, he received a message from Shixingyan. After reading the news, I couldn't help showing a smile on my face. Meng Anwen sighed, what is so happy? Lin Moyu's expression has always been indifferent, such a smile from the heart seldom appears. Lin Moyu said, Brother Shi, he has reached level 40, Mr. Meng, thank you for your hard work. Bai Yuan said, Old Meng, thank you for your hard work. Shixingyan has reached level 40 and needs to change jobs. Lin Moyu has given Shixingyan both the Heart of the Earth and the Earth Gem, and now he just needs to transfer to the Magic Circle. The quality of the transfer circle is very important to him. Whether he can change his job and become an Earth Knight depends on this. The best formation mage in the entire human race is right in front of him. Who else can he look for if he doesn't look for Meng Anwen? Bai Yuan took out a bunch of materials. Each item was 1.5 rare, but not too precious. Bai Yi's family property was basically wiped out when Lin Moyu changed jobs. Now these are surplus materials, and it is enough to transfer Shi Xing'an's job. Meng Anwen said to Bai Yuan, "Then go and bring him here." As he said that, the god Shada appeared in the air, a beam of light shot out, and he began to outline the transfer circle in the air. For Meng Anwen, a god-level formation mage, the magic circle of the second turn is just a child's play. Under his hands, with a few efforts, a complicated job transfer circle has been completed. Compared with the job-changing mages used by the outside world, it is much more complicated, and the effect is much better. After all, it was created by a god-level formation mage, and Meng Anwen wanted to save face. After the formation was outlined, Meng Anwen waved his hand, and the materials prepared by Bai Yuan were put into it, and the key points of the battle were fought. Lin Moyu also noticed that although this job transfer formation is huge, it is still nothing compared to the one he used when he changed jobs. Only the materials used are more than 100 times different. I am grateful to Meng Anwen and Bai Yuan. Zhi Yuan brought Shi Xing'an and Liang Yu over. After experiencing life and death, the two are already inseparable. It was the first time I came to a place like Baishan Courtyard, and I was facing top figures like Bai Yuan and Meng Anwen. Shi Xing'an and Liang Yu were very nervous and extremely cautious. After seeing Lin Moyu, the two relaxed a little. At this time, Meng Anwen had already created the transfer circle, and looked at Shi Xing'an. "You are too excited now, please adjust it." Shi Xing'an dared not listen to Meng Anwen's words, and immediately sat down, trying to keep himself calm. But with so many thoughts coming, Shi Xing'an couldn't calm down no matter what. If you are not calm, it is not good for job transfer. Lin Moyu understood this, and said to Shi Xing'an, "Brother Shi, it's just a job change. Teacher Meng and Teacher Bai have already prepared everything. As long as you can maintain a firm belief, there is a more than 60% chance of triggering career advancement." Shi Xing'an tried his best to adjust his breathing. "I understand, but I'm still a little nervous." Liang Yu walked over and suddenly kicked Shi Xing'an lightly. "Damn sure too, is he a man? He is not afraid of death. If not, he will change jobs. What is there to be afraid of?" Liang Yu knew Shi Xing'an best, and she woke him up with just one sentence. "That's right, I'm not afraid of death anymore, so there's nothing to be nervous about. It's just a job change, what's the big deal?" Lin Moyu even prepared such precious 02 Heart of the Earth and Earth gems for himself. There are also various materials prepared by Lord Baishan for himself, and the career-changing magic circle built by the first magician of the human race for himself. What else is there to be afraid of? My mood finally calmed down, and I bowed respectfully to Meng Anwen and Bai Yuan, "Please Anshan and Baishan." Shi Xing'an walked to the center of the formation. Meng Anwen pointed his finger, and the job transfer began to operate amidst the roar. Rays of light rushed to the sky, merged into colorful rays of light in the air, and then fell like rays of sunshine and enveloped Shi Xing'an. Shi Xing'an holds the earth gem in his left hand and the heart of the earth in his right hand. The heart of the earth allows a paladin to trigger a special professional upgrade at the second turn, thus turning him into an Earth Knight in one fell swoop. If there is an earth gem to cooperate, the probability of triggering sublimation will be greatly increased. Lin Moyu and Liang Yu watched quietly. At this time Shi Xing'an was calm, but Liang Yu was a little nervous. Lin Moyu said, "Sister Yu, don't be nervous, trust Brother Shi, it will be fine." Liang Yu nodded, "I believe him." That being said, Liang Yu's rapidly heaving chest and clenched fists betrayed her. Shi Xing'an didn't hear about foreign affairs at this time and completely calmed down. He quickly thought about the experiences of these years. Until recently his 3 comrades died under the sword of the Dragon clan in order to protect him. It further aroused his desire to become a Knight of the Earth. Only when he became an Earth Knight and later reached the god level, could he enter the dragon clan and avenge his dead brother. At this moment, Shishingen cast aside the thought of failure. He can't fail, and won't fail. Faith is becoming more and more firm, and strands of strength in the body are growing. The power in the magic circle poured in, breaking the barrier of rank for Shishingen. Now Shishingen has two paths. One is to become a great knight. This is just the name of a paladin after the second job change. It is essentially no different from a paladin. It's like a mage has become an archmage, and they are all mages in essence. The other is the land knight. Whether you can become a land knight depends on luck, and you are with yourself. I must become a knight of the earth. I believe that man will conquer nature. I will not quit, I must succeed. I want to avenge my brother, I want to kill the dragon clan, and I want to protect the human race. The power called belief is getting stronger and stronger. The earth gemstone in his left hand suddenly emitted a faint light. Then the light started to get stronger. Shishingen activated the earth gem with the power of faith. Under the light of the earth gemstone, the heart of the earth on the right hand also develops and emits a faint light. The two kinds of light merged into one, covering Shishingen. Together with the transfer circle, it merged into Shishingen's body. Shishingen slowly lifted into the air in the magic circle, hovering in midair. It's done. Bai Yuan gave a low drink. Meng Anwen sighed softly, it's been so many years since there have been Earth Knights in the human race, and finally, there are again. Lin Moyu said in a low voice, Brother Sure activated the Earth Gem and the Heart of the Earth with his faith, triggering career advancement. At this moment, Liang Yu burst into tears and was extremely excited. I knew that you would definitely be able to do it. Lin Moyu thought about the last moment in the corpse world. It was the god-level powerhouse of the human race who protected him. Even though he became a rotting corpse and died for thousands of years, his belief in protecting the human race has never changed. Protect the Terran. Carved into the bone marrow, deep into the soul, even time is indelible. Having had that experience, Lin Moyu believes that the power of faith can create miracles. Lin Moyu is even more convinced that if he dispels the rotting corpse poison, those strong human races who believe in immortality can come back again. Faith is immortal. Lin Moyu whispered in his heart, at this moment, he also has a strong belief. A huge force is rising, and the sky and the earth change color. An illusory land appeared in the air, like a mirage. This piece of land is incomparably huge, covering the surrounding fields, and it lasted for 2 minutes in the air, before slowly falling silent. In Lin Moyu's eyes, the land gradually shrunk and finally merged into Shishingen's body. Shi Dongkong's aura rose sharply accordingly. A vision appeared in the sky, and colorful rays of light poured in from all directions and fell into Shishingen's body. The Earth Knight is the ceiling of the knight profession, and there is no one of the strongest knights. There will inevitably be visions when changing jobs. The heart of the earth seemed to be alive, it turned into a heart, and it started beating. Every time it beats, the earth shakes accordingly. Then the heart of the earth and the gem of the earth drilled into Shishingen's body. In an instant, Shishingen's body shone brightly. The earth roared, and Shishingen also fell. Waves of violent energy fluctuations are transmitted from the earth. Meng Anwen said, the Knight of the Earth, colluding with the power of the earth, I can use the endless energy of the earth. Being on the earth, the power will never be exhausted. 90% of all attacks on it will be channeled into the earth, and the earth will share it for him. Every attack can attract the power of the earth. Meng Anwen's 3 sentences pointed out the powerful nature of the Earth Knight. As long as you stand on the ground, your ability to continue the battle is endless, and you will be immune to 90% of all damage, and the power of the earth will be added to your attack. The Earth Knight is the darling of the earth, his own son. How can such a profession not be strong? Someone once said, if you want to defeat the knights of the land, you can only do so in the sky. But facing the knights of the land, you can't fly at all. With a soft buzzing sound, a halo appeared at Shishingen's feet. Then the second, the first halo appeared one after another. In the blink of an eye, 4 halos appeared under Shushingan's feet. The 4-color halo of red, blue, green and yellow slowly rotates under the feet. The halo is very similar to the Holy Light Knight, has the same effect, but is more powerful. He also has what the Holy Light Knight has, and he also has what the Holy Light Knight does not have. 10 minutes later, Shushingan fell slowly. The career transfer circle also stopped, and the job transfer officially ended. With tears in her eyes, Liang Yueshi flew into Shushingan's arms and hugged him tightly. Shushingan suppressed the excitement in his heart. I succeeded. Liang Yu nodded vigorously. I know, you will definitely succeed. Shushingan and Liang Yuewen lingered for a while, then walked over to Meng Anwen and Bai Yuan and said, this junior is grateful for the kindness of God Anshan Baishan. Bai Yuan waved his hand. You don't need to thank us, just thank Xiaoyu if you want to. He got the heart of the earth and the gemstone of the earth, otherwise we have nothing to do. Just as Shushingan wanted to thank Lin Moyu, he was stopped by Lin Moyu. Brother sure doesn't have to be like this. If it were you, you would do the same. Lin Moyu said it sincerely, and Shushingan is not a hypocritical person. Shushingan laughed. Then I won't talk nonsense. In the future, Brother Lin will have something to do. In a word, my brother will not blink. Lin Moyu smiled. Brother sure just needs to remember his beliefs. Shushingan's face straightened. Never dare to forget. Lin Moyu smiled, took out a shield and threw it at Shushingan. This is a congratulatory gift. Congratulations to Shi Dahui for becoming a Knight of the Earth. Shushingan took the shield and looked at it. He was startled. It's too precious. Lin Moyu waved his hand. Don't return it to me. Throw it away if you don't like it. Throw it away? Shushingan can't bear it. What Lin Moyu sent was the best shield he got so far. A better shield than the earth-touching dragon god. Battlefield Snake Turtle, from the upper core area of the ancient battlefield. Turtle shield, for knights only, platinum level shield, all attributes plus 3000, knight defense skills increased by 90%, physical damage reduced by 20%, elemental damage reduced by 20%, additional skills, tortoise. Tortoise, unable to act within 30 seconds, immune to all damage during the period, recover from all injuries, reset the cooldown of all skills other than this skill, and the cooldown time is 1 hour. Shushingan successfully changed his job, and the human race has since added an Earth Knight. The vision of heaven and earth when he changed jobs must have been noticed by many people. This kind of vision has been recorded in history, and anyone who has gone to school will know that this is a vision that will only appear when the Land Knight changes jobs. It is impossible to hide Shushingan's job change to Earth Knight. In fact, I didn't intend to hide it. Now the Devil Worship Association in the country has been almost cleaned up. As long as Shushingan is within the border, basically there will be no danger. Sure enough, as soon as Lin Moyu returned to the school, he heard someone talking about Shushingan. After decades, the Earth Knights reappeared in the human race. The sealing profession of the knight is the envy of countless people. I read in the book that about 130 years ago, an Earth Knight led an army, broke through the entrance of the abyss, and almost entered the local world of the abyss. Unfortunately, it was still a little short in the end. Because that Earth Knight is only level 91, if he can go up a few levels, he will definitely be able to get in. I have also read the records of that great battle. It was the time when our human race fought to the deepest part of the abyss. I hope this time the Earth Knight can become the leader of the army and enter the abyss world after reaching the god level. It will be possible, I believe. The students' mouths are full of discussions about the Earth Knights, and the appearance of the Earth Knights has given them new hope. This is a magical and great profession, which has created too many brilliants since its birth. It has become the most troublesome occupation for abyssal demons and dragons. Therefore, in the ancient battlefield, whenever a copy of Crypt appears, the abyssal demons and dragons will try to prevent the human race from obtaining the heart of the earth. In fact, it is to prevent the Earth Knight from appearing again in the human race. But now, the Earth Knight finally appeared in the human race. The blocking of the Abyss Demon and the Dragon Clan also failed. With the recent eradication of the Demon Worship Association, the country has become somewhat chaotic, and the atmosphere has also fallen into a trough. But the appearance of the Earth Knight seems to have given the Xinxia Empire a shot in the arm. The point that everyone pays most attention to also comes to the Earth Knight. On the contrary, the fact that Lin Moyu became the second Star General was not mentioned by many people. It may also be because Lin Moyu's fame is already too great and has reached the limit. Lin Moyu entered the dungeon hall again. Now he is not far from level 49, hurry up, he can reach level 50 in less than 2 days. When the time comes to master the new skills, it is necessary to go to the ancient battlefield. The Righteous Gods Agreement and the Ancient Earth Dragon's deal are all waiting for him. And the revenge of Ancient One, Lin Moyu has not forgotten. Along the way, people greeted Lin Moyu respectfully. His fame is too great, and his status is too high. People forget that he is obviously a new student who has only been enrolled for less than a year. In just 1 year, many people will never reach the peak in their lifetime. Entering the copy, breathing the slightly chilly air from Beast God Plateau. Who would have thought that in this dungeon, a demon king was once buried? The undead army cleaned up the monsters all the way, and quickly hit the number 3 plateau. Lin Moyu looked at the position where he was fighting with the Flame Demon King, and said in a faint voice, "It's a pity, if you were outside, I would erect a tombstone for you, anyway, you are also a demon king." The Flame Demon King died in the dungeon, and he didn't even deserve to have a tombstone, which is indeed mocking. In the depths of the abyss, the flames of the abyss here have turned dark green, almost black. Here, a huge palace is floating. The fire of the abyss surrounded it, and the whole palace was ups and downs in the flames. The Succubus King, Black Sky Demon King, Sword Demon King, 8-Armed Demon King and other middle-level demon kings with powerful bloodlines gathered together. They have stood respectfully outside the palace for many days. No one dared to object, even the Succubus King, who usually had a playful smile on his face, put away his smile and stood upright. The Haitian Demon King stood beside the Succubus King and whispered, "Do you know why His Majesty called us here?" The Succubus King replied in a low voice, "It should be related to the recent actions of the human race. It seems that the worship of demons in the Xinxia Empire will be eradicated sooner or later." Haitian Demon King was slightly taken aback. "Isn't the Demon Worship Society always entrusted to you?" The Succubus King whispered, "Actually, His Majesty is behind the Demon Worship Association, and I'm just in charge of coming forward." Only then did Haitian Demon King know that it was not the Succubus King who was behind the Demon Worship Association. As far as he knew, many strong men in the human race were subdued by the Succubus King. Under the influence of the Succubus King's charming power, some human races became lackeys of the Succubus King without knowing it. Once subdued, there is almost no possibility of getting rid of it, and it can only become an obedient slave. Among the strong human beings that the Succubus King has subdued over the years, there are even god-level ones. So it is the Succubus King, but also very vigilant. I was afraid that one day I would fall under the influence of the Succubus King. It's just that it didn't expect that the leader behind the Demon Worship Association was His Majesty, the Demon Emperor. The palace in flames finally moved. Dark green flames rose and completely enveloped the palace, and a huge demon emerged from the flames. It has a sharp horn on the top of its head, and the simulation looks slightly similar to the dragon family, but it is completely different. It is huge, like a giant. The demon wings on the back are equally huge, stretching more than 10 meters at will. The whole body is covered with scales, and there seems to be a flame dancing in each scale. It sits on the throne of the Demon Emperor, exuding an earth-shattering coercion. The moment it appeared, all the demons in it bent down and bowed their heads in salute. "Kowtow to His Majesty, the Demon Emperor." The Demon Emperor's eyes slowly swept across the Demon Kings. Every Demon King, caught by its eyes, felt as if a sharp sword was drawn across his neck, trying to cut off his head. The power of the Demon Emperor is beyond their imagination. Normally, the Demon Emperor lives in the Demon Emperor's palace and rarely appears. Even if something happened, it was just an order to come over. There are very few things that bring them together like this. The Demon Emperor's low voice sounded slowly, very good, we're all here. Recently, the human race has made some moves. The Demon Worship Society in the Xinxia Empire has been eradicated. Succubus King, what do you think of this matter? The Succubus King was taken aback, his voice trembling slightly. This time, Bai Yuan and Meng Anwen fought together. The action was too sudden. I have already given the order to fight back. The Demon Emperor suddenly laughed out loud. The sound made the Succubus King feel terrified. You ordered all members of the demon worshippers to fight back, right? The Succubus King nodded. She indeed ordered so. The Demon Emperor said coldly, do you think your counterattack will be useful under the watchful eyes of all the 95-level god-level powerhouses in the Xinxia Empire? The Succubus King's brain was running like lightning, and he suddenly realized something. I didn't want to fight back, but the Flame Demon King swore that he could kill Lin Moyu, and hoped that I would cooperate with him. That's why I let people do it. Help the Flame Demon King attract attention, and create opportunities for him. The Demon Emperor's laughter was even colder. Is it because it has no brains, or do you think the Emperor has no brains? Do you believe this? The Succubus King trembled suddenly, and knelt down in the air, not daring to speak any more. At this time a terrifying breath descended from the sky on the Succubus King. The Succubus King's body suddenly burned with raging flames, and he let out screams. But it still didn't dare to move in the flames, and even tried to suppress the screams. The Demon Emperor continued, you gave a stupid order. Bai Yuan and Meng Anwen are waiting for you to fight back, so that they can catch you all in one go. A fish hidden in the mud is hard to catch, but a fish jumping out of the water is not easy to catch. Stupid. Worshipping the devil will lose the Emperor. I don't care about it. It's just some pawns, money, that you lay out when you are bored, but you shouldn't take advantage of it. The Succubus King originally wanted to put the blame on the Flame Demon King, but there is no proof of death anyway. But did not expect. She gritted her teeth, fearful, Your Majesty dare not, please make amends, Your Majesty. With a soft hum, the flames on Succubus King's body gradually disappeared. The Succubus King panted for a while and was afraid, if the flames continued for a while, he would probably be burned to death. He is a majestic Devil King, and he is powerless to resist the Devil King. The Demon Emperor continued, the Flame Demon King is dead, this trash deserves to die, how can it be so easy to go to the human world? Hearing that the Flame Demon King died, several Demon Kings were slightly taken aback, but they didn't expect that guy to die in the human race. The Succubus King's heart trembled even more, he didn't expect the Demon King to know this. I called you here this time because I have a few things for you to do. 1. Prepare for war and guard the entrance to the abyss. The Dragon Clan is in the process of reorganizing the army, and the battle is not far away. 2. The Earth Knight appeared in the human race, I felt that hateful breath, found him, and killed him before. 3. The person who killed the Flame Demon King is called Lin Moyu, find him and kill him. After leaving the enveloping range of the Demon Emperor's palace, the Demon Kings gradually relaxed. They didn't dare not listen to what the Demon Emperor ordered just now. And the task has been assigned. Because the succubus has dealt with the human race all the year round, the task of killing the Earth Knight and Lin Moyu fell on her. The Demon Emperor obviously didn't know that she had dealt with Lin Moyu several times, and each time she came back at a loss. If she could kill, she would have done it long ago. But she dared not say, let alone refuse. Succubus King, please stay. He was thinking about how to deal with Lin Moyu when the voice of Hetian Demon King came from behind him. The Black Sky Demon King was also assigned the task of finding the Earth Knight and killing Lin Moyu. Counting it now, he and the Succubus King can be said to be comrades in arms. The Succubus King asked, what's the matter with the Black Sky Demon King? The Succubus King is still extremely polite to Hetian Demon King. The other party's level is no worse than his own, and his fighting power is famously strong, so his strength should be stronger than his own. For the strong, the Succubus King must respect them. Haitian Demon King said, I want to ask Succubus King about Lin Moyu. To be honest with the Succubus Demon King, when he was on the ancient battlefield, the Flame Demon King once issued an order to kill Lin Moyu. The child happened to be in the ancient battlefield that day. After receiving the order from the Devil King, he went to chase and kill Lin Moyu, but was killed instead. Not long after that incident, I really can't understand why Lin Moyu can reach the level of a god-level powerhouse in a short period of time. In his mind, only the god-level powerhouses of the human race can kill the Demon King. Above the god level and below the god level are like above the Devil King and below the Devil King. Not just a level gap, but a qualitative change. Succubus King suddenly let out a coquettish smile. Lin Moyu is not a god-level powerhouse. Haitian Demon King was shocked. If you are not a god-level powerhouse, then how could you kill the Flame Demon King? The Succubus King said, it's a long story about Lin Moyu, let's talk as we go, good. Along the way, the Succubus King told Lin Moyu again. She also wants to kill Lin Moyu. If the Black Sky Demon King joins in, maybe the chance of success will be higher. Haitian Demon King said in a deep voice after listening, from this point of view, it is only natural that the child died at the hands of Lin Moyu. Even if he is not even level 50, but he can even kill the devil, Lin Moyu's combat power can no longer be overcome by common sense. The Succubus King said, even if that idiot Flame Demon King entered the dungeon by himself and his strength was suppressed, he is still the Demon King anyway. Lin Moyu's combat power is stronger than that of the ancient battlefield, and he has fought against the Dragon Clan several times, and the Dragon Clan has nothing to do with him. Even kidnapping his friend for a sneak attack ended in failure, and even caught up with the Dragon King. This guy is not only fateful, but also difficult to deal with. I feel that if he reaches the god level, even we will not be his opponents. Haitian Demon King has a different opinion. It doesn't need to wait for him to enter the god level. I feel that as long as he completes the 3rd rank, he will be enough to fight against us. So if you want to kill him, you have to take advantage of it now. Otherwise, after he completes the 3rd rank, maybe only His Majesty, the Southern Emperor himself, can kill him. The Succubus King felt that what Haitian Demon King said made sense. I want to kill him too, but we can't do anything about him in the human world. Haitian Demon King said, start at him to see if he will leave the human race, and then I will think of a way. That's the only way to do it now. After discussing for a while, the two separated. It was difficult to kill Lin Moyu, but he had to. In the eyes of Haitian Demon King, killing Lin Moyu is more important and more difficult than killing Earth Knight. The Demon Worship Society has basically been eradicated, but little fish and shrimp still remain. It should be enough to stare at individuals. Lin Moyu brushed the dungeon for 2 days and finally reached level 50. After reaching level 50, the experience upgrade requirements increase sharply again. A level 45 dungeon, even a dungeon like Beast God Plateau, can no longer meet the upgrade requirements. Every time you brush a copy, you can only increase the experience by 1%. It needs to be repeated 100 times to upgrade to a level. Who can stand this? The main reason is that Lin Moyu's upgrade speed is too fast. Others at the stage of level 40 to level 50 may waste several years, even 10 years is normal. It's not like Lin Moyu, who completed the feat of changing from a job to level 50 in less than a year. In the eyes of others, Lin Moyu's upgrade speed has been called a miracle. But in Lin Moyu's eyes, his upgrade speed is not fast. Zhiyu is in the front, Lin Mohan is too powerful a role model. Lin Moyu left the copy and went to the exchange. The exchange was slightly damaged in the war a few days ago, but it has basically been repaired now. I haven't been to the exchange for a long time, and Lin Moyu has stored a lot of gold level and platinum level equipment and weapons in his storage space. Lin Moyu didn't bother to consign one by one, so he simply threw them all to the exchange. In the past, I wanted to keep some platinum level equipment that looked good, and use it for myself or keep it for Shoei. But now he has seen too many good things: boss jewelry, legendary weapons, and even mythical weapons. Unknowingly, my vision has improved, and I can't look down on these things. Now in his eyes, only legendary or boss jewelry can be regarded as a good thing. Platinum-level equipment that needs to be top-notch at worst is the type with top attributes and top skills. Indispensable. Although he has obtained so many pieces of equipment, there are only a few pieces that can be called top quality. One of the tortoise shields has been given to Shingen. What is left is a few pieces of equipment obtained from the earth-touching dragon god, and the Soul Eater dagger obtained from the Soul Eater insect king. Soul Devourer dagger, exclusive to assassin class, platinum level weapon. All attributes, plus 2500, assassin class skill increase by 80%. Additional skills, Soul Eater. Soul Eater, passive skill: each attack will cause damage to the target's soul. This damage ignores defense, physical immunity, and elemental immunity. It's useless for him to keep this thing. Originally he wanted to give it to Ningyi. But Ningyi said something similar to the boss jewelry. Lin Moyu also put it away. Originally, the properties of the Soul Eater ring were good, but because of the boss jewelry, it looked inferior. Lin Moyu thought about it and sold it. In the end, only 4 pieces of equipment remained: the soul-devouring dagger, the sword of the dragon god, the shield of the dragon god, and the robe of the dragon god. All other platinum level and gold level weapons were thrown into the exchange to save the big fund coins. The moment Lin Moyu sold the equipment, the magic crystal in the exchange froze. The person in charge of the exchange in the empire was confused why so many weapons were thrown in all at once. The amount was too large, and he dared not make a decision. But when I checked the name of the trader, my whole body trembled, and the seller turned out to be Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu's fame is too great. You don't have to know it, you don't have to know it. He contacted his boss immediately, and then the boss contacted the boss. In just 10 seconds, he received a reply from the highest level. For all the items that Linshan will sell, we will increase the price by 20% for recycling. Linshan will give you a 20% discount on all the items you buy. Without hesitation, he quickly carried out a series of operations. Lin Moyu found that the exchange went back to normal after being stuck for a while. A lot of gold coins have entered his account and can be withdrawn at any time. Hey, there are more gold coins. Lin Moyu found that there were too many gold coins. Before, he had about 1 billion gold coins. After selling all the equipment this time, he could get back less than 8 billion gold coins. But now, in exchange for a full 9 billion gold coins, his net worth has become 10 billion. Then he discovered that the prices on the exchange had become cheaper. The prices of others have not changed, but I have added a discounted price. All items are 20% off. Lin Moyu realized after a second that this should be a discount given to him by the exchange. It goes without saying that the boss behind the exchange is the royal family. This matter is done by the royal family, and the emperor is showing favor to himself. Although I haven't come to the door to apologize, but this matter is going well. Lin Moyu smiled and started shopping for items. This time he came to buy an intermediate skill scroll. The price in the exchange is 10 million gold coins for 1 piece, and after the auction, it is 8 million gold coins for 10 pieces. As for the flashing mid-level skill scrolls, they are not for sale at all. Although the price is about 10 times that of the middle-level skill scroll, but there is no market for the price, and you can't buy it even if you have money. No way, the output of this thing is too small. Lin Moyu still has 4 flashing mid-level skill scrolls on his body now, so he can't use them casually. It can't be used at least at level 50, so it can only be made up by quantity. With the experience of awakening skills at level 30, Lin Moyu didn't even think about it, and bought it directly. 500 intermediate skill scrolls. Buy 500 skill scrolls at one time, and they are still intermediate skill scrolls. Really generous. Once again, the person in charge of the exchange system was taken aback. Lin Moyu had just sold 9 billion worth of equipment, and backhandedly bought 4 billion worth of intermediate skill scrolls. The manager was in a daze, and murmured, if there is no discount, we can earn an extra billion. 1 billion is not a small number. For many people, it is an astronomical figure. It was an order from above, which directly made a loss of 1 billion. Just a few seconds in a daze, he suddenly saw another transaction appear. It's still an intermediate skill scroll, and it's still a familiar number, 500. Another 4 billion gold coins. Lin Moyu bought 500 mid-level skill scrolls, which seemed not enough after thinking about it, just in case Fang Yi bought another 5-00 scrolls. For him, money is not an issue. He brushed the dungeon a few more times, and the equipment, as soon as he sold it for money, he would have it. After all, he only brushes alone, and the equipment is taken by himself, and he does not need to distribute it to others. After all, money comes too easily. A total of 1,000 mid-level skill scrolls bought out most of the mid-level skill scrolls in the exchange. 1,000 should be enough. Think about it as almost the same. If it really doesn't work, there are still flashing intermediate skill scrolls. Back at Baishan Courtyard, Lin Moyu felt the atmosphere of outsiders before entering. Someone came to Baishan Courtyard. The breath was familiar, and Lin Moyu smiled. It turned out to be a gift. Walking into the courtyard, Lin Moyu saw Dongfang Yi and Dongfang Yao. When Dongfang Yao saw Lin Moyu, a trace of apology flashed in her eyes. I don't know if I'm sorry for falling into the rotting corpse world, or because I made an unreasonable request last time. Lin Moyu is not so stingy, some things are in the past. Dongfang Yi saw Lin Moyu and greeted Lin Moyu with a smile. General Lin, you are back. His attitude can be regarded as polite. As the ruler of the country and a god-level powerhouse, he didn't need to treat Lin Moyu like this. But for various reasons, he was very polite to Lin Moyu. He knows very well that as long as Lin Moyu doesn't die, Lin will definitely surpass him in the near future. No matter the identity of the king or the power of the gods, it is not enough for Lin Moyu. As the lord of a country, he still has this vision. Dongfang Yi was polite, and Lin Moyu naturally responded politely. Hi Dongfang, Princess Yao. Hello, Lin Moyu. Dongfang Yao called Lin Moyu by the name of Lin Moyu to show respect. Then Dongfang Yi's eyes shrank suddenly, his voice trembled slightly. General Lin, you have become a second-star general. Lin Moyu nodded and drew. While speaking, Lin Moyu had passed Dongfang Yi and came to Bai Yuan's side, so he stopped talking. Lin Moyu couldn't be more clear about the purpose of the two of them. Let Bai Yuan decide this matter, it's better for him not to speak. Bai Yuan is good at cheating. I just don't know whether Dongfang Yi and Dongfang Yao have just arrived, or they have already been knocked out. At this time, Bai Yuan said, Master Dongfang, I have received your wishes, and you also made mistakes in the past, so there is no need to mention it in the future. Hearing this, Dongfang Yi heaved a sigh of relief. This matter is over. Lin Moyu also understood that the knock on bamboo has been completed. After a few more polite words, the two left Baishan Courtyard. During this period, Dongfang Yi treated Lin Moyu very politely. Before leaving, he also greeted Lin Moyu specially. After teleporting back to the palace, Dongfang Yao didn't understand. Father, why did your attitude towards Lin Moyu suddenly become so polite? Although he was very polite before, it will not become like this now. This made Dongfang Yao feel that her father was flattering Lin Moyu. Dongfang Yi coughed lightly. He has become a 2-star general. Dongfang Yao didn't understand. So, isn't he already a god general? Is there any difference between the 2-star god generals? Dongfang Yi said, of course it's different. As long as you have enough military skills, you can become a general. There is not much difference between a starless general and a 1-star general, as long as the number of enemies killed is sufficient. But the 2nd star is different. The 2nd star can only be achieved by killing the Demon King. It is said that at least one Demon King must die in the hands of Lin Xinjiang. I heard before that the Flame Demon King entered the dungeon to hunt down the Forest God General, but he was killed instead. but I still couldn't believe it. How could someone below level 50 be able to kill the Demon King? Today it was finally confirmed that this is true, sergeant badges are not deceiving. Dongfang Yao asked, strangely, couldn't it be Bai Shinanshan who beat the devil half to death, and then let him make up the knife? Dongfang Yi chuckled, then you don't know much about sergeant badges, it's useless to do so. In short, when you see him in the future, you should respect him even more. His future achievements will far exceed imagination. In Baishan's small courtyard, Bai Yuan was already grinning so hard that he couldn't close his mouth. Lin Moyu doesn't know how many good things he knocked over, probably quite a lot. Meng Anwen said, look how you are laughing, your saliva is dripping down. Bai Yuan smiled brightly, the royal family is really rich, much richer than me. I have collected materials for most of my life, and I don't lose as much as they do all at once. Can make Bai Yuan lose his composure. Lin Moyu is even more curious about what Dongfang Yi brought. Bai Yuan said, Xiaoyu, do you want to go to the corpse world again? Lin Moyu's forehead suddenly pulled out 3 black lines, and his teacher seemed crazy. Meng Anwen sighed, don't pay attention to him, this guy is crazy. This time, Dongfang Yi has been sincere, and brought a lot of good things. Let's put it this way, your consumption during the second round is fully replenished. The materials for the third rotation are also sufficient. And, there are some things you can use right now. Lin Moyu knew that Bai Yuan had almost emptied his entire family for his second turn. Although he is a god-level powerhouse, his family background is actually not that rich. It is definitely incomparable with a 1,000-year-old family like the royal family. It's normal for people to take out some casually, and it may be far more than Bai Yuan. Meng Anwen really couldn't see it, and shot a beam of light at Bai Yuan from his fingertips. Bai Yuan was immediately knocked into the air, flying hundreds of meters away. After Bai Yuanfei came back, he finally returned to normal. I didn't blame Meng Anwen for why he did something to him, his old face was still a little embarrassed. He took out 2 boxes and threw them to Lin Moyu. Other things are of little use to you, what is here is what you use. Lin Moyu took the box and opened it. The scrolls were neatly placed inside the first bite. There are 10 scrolls of flashing intermediate skills. It is indeed what I need. And 10 mid-level skill scrolls, in this way, I have 14 shining mid-level skill scrolls, which is completely enough. Then he opened another box, and the moment the box was opened, they rushed out of the box together. There is a skill scroll inside, a flashing advanced skill scroll. The advanced skill scroll itself is already very expensive, and the price in the exchange is 100 million. As for the flashing advanced skill scrolls, they are even more priceless. Lin Moyu has only 1 piece so far, now there is a second one. Bai Yuan said, 10 intermediate cards and 1 advanced card. Glittering high-level skill scrolls are not easy to get. Even the royal family probably doesn't have many in stock. You can use them at level 80. Lin Moyu understands what Bai Yuan means, and when he is at level 70 for the 3rd time, he should try his best to complete the professional sublimation. Then level 70 skills can be mastered automatically, and there is no need to waste high-level skill scrolls. Transforming into a god at level 90 also does not require skill scrolls, only required at level 80. Lin Moyu put away the box. Teacher, I bought some mid-level skill scrolls at the exchange. I'd better keep the shiny scrolls as a spare, just in case. Bai Yuan nodded, that's what I mean too. Now that you are level 50, you can use ordinary skill scrolls. Use flashing scrolls at level 60, 14 flashing scrolls are enough for you, you won't have so many skills. By the way, how many mid-level skill scrolls have you bought? Is the money enough? Not enough teacher places have it. Lin Moyu said, 1,000 sheets. Puff, Bai Yuan almost took a sip of tea, where did you get so much money? If 1,000 copies are not discounted, it will be 10 billion. Lin Moyu said, I sold all the equipment in the dungeon, and I got it. The exchange gave me a discount, and I can get a 20% discount. After all, it is a single swipe, so it is normal to gain more points. Bai Yuan said, first restore your spirit to the best state, then you can use the skill scroll. 1000 should be enough for one. When the middle-level skill scroll is activated, the movement is much larger than that of the low-level skill scroll. Most of the Baishan courtyard was shrouded in misty light. Lin Moyu had experience in using skill scrolls, and activated 10 scrolls directly. Tens of thousands of starlight whizzed around itself, bringing up gusts of breeze, and at the same time accompanied by the unique breath of the skill scroll. The material items used to manufacture intermediate skill scrolls are much more precious than primary scrolls. The aura that diffuses out is also much stronger. This breath is easy to fascinate and intoxicate. The power contained in the skill scroll entered the body, and Lin Moyu felt the deepest part of himself, as if something was attracted. But it seemed that it was not strong enough, and finally returned to silence. The first batch of 10 skill scrolls did not awaken new skills, but Lin Moyu felt something different. It's a feeling I've never felt before. Without hesitation, 10 skill scrolls were activated again. The misty light lit up again, and the skill scroll exploded into thousands of stars, spinning around Lin Moyu endlessly. Lin Moyu sensed the depths of his body again, as if something had been hooked. It feels clearer than last time, but it still seems to be a little bit worse. Before this feeling faded, Lin Moyu immediately activated the 10 scrolls again. The power of the scroll was strengthened again, and this time it felt clearer. Lin Moyu already felt the power that was about to move in his body. Activate the scroll again. After activating the scroll 5 times in a row, Lin Moyu kept counting and sensing. He is no longer as ignorant as he was at level 30. Seems to understand something. Bai Yuan was a little surprised. What is Xiaoyu doing? Meng Anwen whispered. Xiaoyu seems to have sensed the skills in his body. Hiss. Bai Yuan gasped, showing an expression of disbelief. Oh, it's impossible. Meng Anwen said in a low voice, it's impossible to put it on you, but it's hard to say on Xiaoyu. Bai Yuan still couldn't believe it. The source of sensing skills is something that can only be done after level 80 at least. Meng Anwen shook his head, but did not speak. At this moment, he couldn't understand it either. Although instinctively made him feel that it was impossible, the thing in front of him was clearly happening. Lin Moyu didn't know how exaggerated and shocking what he was doing. Even Meng Anwen, who has always been well informed, was shocked by him at this moment. 5 consecutive activations, a total of 50 skill scrolls, made Lin Moyu feel that the thing deep in his body was becoming more and more active. It was only a short step away from fully waking up. After calculating in his mind, Lin Moyu took out 19 skill scrolls. Should be enough. Thinking in my heart, the mental power rushed out to activate them. As the power of the skill scroll entered his body, the thing he sensed was completely awakened and rushed out of his body. Lin Moyu's body trembled slightly. The thing rushed out from an unknown location, filled his whole body in an instant, and finally entered the spiritual world, leaving a brand in his soul. Acquired skill, Undead Wings. Undead Wings, level 1. Within 1 second, the self and summoned objects can gain the ability to fly. The higher the skill level, the faster the flying speed and the shorter the cooling time. The cooling time is 1 hour. At the moment when the prompt sounded, Lin Moyu fully understood what he sensed. That was a skill, he sensed it. Trembling all over, the expression on his face told the world how incredible this is. The skill was actually sensed. He didn't even check the skill attributes carefully, and immediately wanted to ask Bai Yuan and Meng Anwen what was going on. Before he could speak, a voice suddenly sounded in his mind again. It is detected that the host has awakened the Undead Wings, which can be fused with the Lightning Wing skill, and the system is optimizing the fusion skills for the host. The system reappeared and began to fuse skills. Lin Moyu was overjoyed. The skills after system integration would definitely be stronger. He checked the newly awakened Undead Wings, which allowed him and the summoned objects to have the ability to fly at the same time. This skill is very powerful, and it is also a skill that I dream of. The summoned object has the ability to fly since then. In that way, he can carry out air combat, and he will no longer have shortcomings in dealing with those flying monsters or demonic dragons. There is no need to take the trouble to trick them down like before. The combatant has changed dramatically and become more flexible. The usable time is 1 second, and the cooling time is 1 hour. 1 second is enough for what? But Lin Moyu knew that the skills he had awakened could receive talent bonuses. This 1 second should turn into 60 seconds. After he reaches level 50, most of his skills have been upgraded accordingly, and his talent for comprehensive increase has also changed from 50 times to 60 times. But the cooling time of 1 hour is too long, and the practicality is greatly reduced. And it will be very difficult to practice this skill. It can only be used once in an hour, and can be used 24 times a day. It really takes time to practice until the year of the monkey. Now Lin Moyu can only place his hope on the new skills after system integration. The excited heart gradually calmed down. Having flying skills is always a good thing, even if you level up again, there will always be a time to improve it. Lin Moyu comforted himself while waiting. In the eyes of Meng Anwen and Bai Yuan, when Lin Moyu activated the 15 skill scrolls, Meng Anwen had already confirmed his guess. Lin Moyu has indeed sensed the skill. As to whether he has sensed the root of the skill, it is still not completely sure. But at least, he has taken a crucial step. This step is very important for whether one can transform into a god. Meng Anwen and Bai Yuan looked at each other with joy in their eyes. After a while, the voice of the system sounded again in my mind. Skill fusion completed. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the skill, Lightning Undead Wing. Lightning Undead Wings, Level 1. The self and summoned objects have the ability to fly within 10 seconds, and the cooling time is 10 minutes. The higher the skill level, the faster the flying speed and the shorter the cooling time. Lin Moyu clenched his fists, suppressing his excitement forcibly. The time of 10 seconds has increased by 10 times compared to before the fusion. And you can also enjoy the talent bonus, with 10 minutes of flying time each time. The cooling time has changed from 60 minutes to 10 minutes, which means there is no cooling time. For him, he already has the ability to fight in the air for a long time. The short board of not being able to fly was finally made up for. Now as long as the level can be raised, the flight speed can be increased. As for whether the cooling time will be shortened, it is no longer important. Lin Moyu opened his eyes, just about to tell Meng Anwen and Bai Yuan the good news. Suddenly, he saw Bai Yuan staring at him strangely. It's not just Bai Yuan, Meng Anwen's eyes are also weird. Lin Moyu felt a little hairy all over, and asked, strangely, "Teacher, what's wrong?" Bai Yuan squinted his eyes and made a weird smile. "Xiaoyu, did you feel any special when you awakened your skills just now?" "Special feeling?" Lin Moyu thought for a while. After I activated the skill scroll, it seemed that something in my body was hooked, and it felt like it was going to jump out. Later, I kept activating the scroll, and the feeling became more and more obvious until the skill was fully activated. Bai Yuan continued to ask, "What about when the skill is activated? What does it feel like?" Lin Moyu recalled how he felt at that time, and replied, "When the skill is activated, that feeling flows through the whole body, and finally enters the spiritual world." Bai Yuan asked again, "Then can you feel the root of that thing? Source?" Lin Moyu shook his head after thinking. He didn't feel the root cause. The previous feeling was a very general feeling, and now in retrospect, it's a bit nihilistic. Even Lin Moyu felt that the previous one might be an illusion. Meng Anwen said, "Don't worry, you continue to awaken your skills. If that feeling reappears, try to find the root cause." Bai Yuan also said, "Yes, don't worry, try to find the root cause." Hearing Meng Anwen's words, Lin Moyu realized that this matter seemed very important. After activating the skill scroll again, 10,000 starlight enveloped him again.